So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hand over to our first speaker for today. Actually, let me run through the agenda. So we are going to have a talk about how to get on the housing ladder. Now, based on the game, it seems like there are only a couple of people who actually are on the housing ladder. Are there any people who are actively seeking to get on the housing ladder within the next 12 months? Okay, fab. So we're going to have a talk from Wendy, and then we're going to have a panel session where we will hear from different speakers about how they've started their business and just their career journey, and that will be a great time for you to ask any questions around business as well. Then we will break for lunch, and then we're going to have a talk from Nathan Edwards about the process of business and starting a business and what we should know. And then I'm going to do a mini talk on how you can find and access finance. And then we'll be having a talk from Luigi Newton, who will be coming and sharing about how to invest in property, in social housing, and he's got a multi-million-pound property portfolio. And then we will end with reflections and close. So that's the agenda for today. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, so I'm just going to welcome Wendy up to. So Wendy, come in. So Wendy has come all the way from London. So thank you so much, Wendy, for being here. I'll let you introduce yourself. So Wendy's going to give us a talk about how to get on the housing ladder.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet all of you. Just a quick raise of hands. How many of you aspire one day to own your own home? Nice. How many of you would like to own your own home, but you think it might be out of your reach? Oh, guess we've got some work to do. And how many of you think, not for me, I'd rather go traveling? Would you rather do that? Nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing that says you should own your own home, but there are some benefits for doing so, which I will be getting into. Now, this is me. I bought my first home when I was a teenager. Shall I show you a picture of what my home looked like? It was a tent. It was easy to keep clean, but it was terribly cold in winter. Only jokes. Obviously, I did have a tent when I was a teenager, but this is not the first home that I bought. I first moved to the UK when I was 26. You probably can't tell from my accent, but I was actually born in South Africa. You can tell. Good. Yeah. So I moved here, and all I had with me was one suitcase full of stuff, and that was it. Yet, I bought my first home. Oh, when I first moved here, you see, I don't even remember my slides. So because I moved here, I was all on my own. I had no mum and dad who lived here in the UK who could finance me and give me a deposit to buy my first home. I knew no one who'd actually bought their own home, so I had no one to give me advice on how to do so. And I didn't have a boyfriend at the time. I was a bit lonely. But I thought, that's not going to stop me. I'm going to buy my own home on my own. And so I did. 2 years later. It's all about the planning and the preparation and learning all the different ways that you can get on the housing ladder. So, you probably can't, I don't know if it's going to come up, but there we go. Those two windows, that's what I bought. That was my very first home. But it was a one-bed flat in London, and I could walk everywhere. So for me, it was great. Everyone said to me, this is what it looks like. But for me, it was luxury because it was my home, my sanctuary, my little place that I could cozy up in away from the rest of the world. It gave me that security. And that was how I started on my property journey. Just a quick introduction as to who I am. My name's Wendy. I've been working in property finance for over 20 years now. I also chartered as a chartered surveyor, so I'm a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. And not like the slide says, that says I'm aspiring to be a property investor. Actually, I've been investing in property since 2016. Now, why do I invest in property? This. By owning your own property, it provides you with a suit of armor around you that protects you from all sorts of nasties that can happen in the world, particularly in the world of finance and economics. By investing in property and having a regular income that comes from my property, when I lost my job because I got made redundant, it wasn't a financial catastrophe because I had an income that was coming in that could pay most of my bills. It didn't cover everything at the time, but at least it covered most of my bills. So I didn't have this cliff face drop of income from earning to having nothing. And that is what property can give you. It can give you that armor of protection to protect you from any catastrophes, financial catastrophes that can happen in your life. What happens if you get sick or you decide you're burnt out from work? If you have some other form of income that you can use instead of relying 100% of your day job, that just empowers you to be able to have choice and be able to make decisions and not be 100% beholden onto your day job. And that is what property can do for you. And that is why I got into property. So why do people struggle to get on the housing ladder? What's the most common reason you hear? Any guesses? Deposit, exactly. What else about struggle? What's that? Interest rates, absolutely. Or you don't earn enough. Your income isn't enough to cover the mortgage that you need to be able to get on the property ladder. So this graph over here explains it all, basically. This graph is what the Bank of England base rate has done over the last 20 years. So you can see it started off really high, and then it dropped to almost nothing for a period of about 15 years, and then it wanged its way back up again, didn't it? And this is a main part of the problem. Because when all of us were growing up, we grew up in an environment where interest rates were so low, none of our parents wanted to save money, because if you put money in savings, it got you nothing. So we never had those role models of people showing us how to save money, because the incentive wasn't there for them to actually put their money aside and get a relevant return from the interest rate on their savings. So most people never bothered saving. Does this sound right? Yeah, exactly. I've got another slide which is just as nasty. This slide, this graph over here, is inflation again over the last 20 years. And you can see for the most part of it, it sort of wallowed around statically around 2%, and then it wanged its way up, didn't it, right at the end, and shot up to around 10%. So while you were living in a time where you were low interest rates, you also had low inflation, which meant that actually the prices of things didn't go up that quickly. So we didn't really notice inflation that much either. But as soon as interest rates went up, when you think, great, now we can start earning some income off our savings. At the exact same time, the inflation rate has gone up. And what's happened? It's what we call debased our money, meaning that our money no longer holds the purchasing power that it used to have, which means that instead of having value in having savings and getting interest from your savings, the money you're saving is not worth as much as it was in the past. So another whammy. And this is why it is so hard for people to get on the property ladder. You've not grown up with a culture of saving, and when interest rates rose to the point which should have made it attractive, inflation kicked you down again and disincentivized people from saving, because you know that the £100 you have today in a high inflation environment is going to be worth so much less in the future. So why bother saving? You'd rather spend the value that you have in your money now. I'm just going to show you a quick calculation based on this so you can see what I mean. I'm not sure if you can see those numbers, but basically what this is saying is 10 years ago, let's work it the other way around. £100 today, what you could buy with £100 today, you could buy using a lot less money 10 years ago. And that's because what we call the purchasing power of the money that you have, that £100, is a lot less today than it was in the past. It's nearly £75. If £100 today would have bought you exactly the same as what £75 would have bought you 10 years ago. That's a 25% difference. Your money has already devalued by a quarter over a 10-year period. This sounds pretty gloomy, doesn't it? No wonder it's so hard to get on the property ladder. But there is certainly, I wanted to just hammer it home a little bit further. Moving goalposts. You think that you are getting yourself organized, you're saving your deposit, you're earning enough, and you're just about to get in reach of buying your property, and what happens? Property prices soar. Because those inflation figures I showed you earlier is just the average. But house prices actually increase at a far quicker rate than what the average inflation rate does. So just when you get to your goal and you want to kick the ball into the goalpost and buy your first home, the house price has shifted and the goalposts have moved. The financial environment that we live in is indeed plotting against you. But it doesn't always have to be this way. You, all of you, can change that narrative. And I'm going to show you how. Through ESP. Does anyone know what ESP stands for? Any idea? What do you think of when you think of ESP? Extrasensory perception? Being a psychic? No, that's not what we're going to talk about today. I've got another ESP for you, which is far more relevant. ESP stands for earnings, savings, and property. So we're going to talk about these things in a little bit more detail. Earnings. What's the number one way that you can increase your earnings? The number one way is by educating yourself, getting extra qualifications, learning specialist skills, focusing on careers that maybe have greater earning potential. And even better still, if you're in a job, get them to pay for your education for you so you don't have to spend the money yourself. Absolutely maximize the learning and development budgets that you might have in the jobs or the companies that you work for. You owe it to yourselves to maximize your earning potential. Most businesses don't pay you what you are worth. They pay you what they can get away with paying you. The minimum amount, that's it. And you want to change that. You want to make sure that you are earning the most that you can with the skills that you've got. And when your skills, you haven't got the knowledge and the skills to be able to get you to the next level, you learn that new knowledge and those skills. And you increase your earnings. The second way is by experience. Nothing beats work experience. You've got to have that work experience along with the knowledge to be able to demand those higher wages. And if your job doesn't provide that for you during the day, entrepreneurship, that's the next step. This could be something like a side hustle that you do alongside your day job, or it could be taking that leap of faith into entrepreneurship. Now, why have I gone and put it here? That's because earnings potentially can be unlimited. If you work for a company, they're only going to pay you a certain amount. But if you own your own company, you have the potential to break through that ceiling and earn so much more. People seem to think that it's bad vibes. It's not the societal correct thing to do to want to push your earnings up. But like they say on the airplane, when they tell you about releasing your oxygen mask, putting your oxygen mask on first before you can help others. If you're not earning enough money to survive yourself, you're not going to have enough money to help other people. So, what's wrong with earning to the most of your potential? I don't think there's a problem. Not when you can use whatever you have spare to be able to help others. So that's earnings. The next thing is savings. This is the S part of ESP. This is simple. You're now earning a nice big fat salary. You want to be spending far less than you earn. It's as simple as that. It's a really simple mathematical calculation. Spend less than what you earn, and you'll have money left over. That money you can then use to put into investments. Oh, before I even get to that part, I want to ask all of you, have you heard of the rich-poor paradox? No one. The rich-poor paradox. Right. This is a good one. Unfortunately, you can't see the picture there really well. But basically, it's two guys, and the one is dressed with designer gear, with expensive clothing. He's got all the latest fashions. He looks really smart. And the other person is dressed very modestly. Now, which of these people do you think is wealthy? The person who looks rich or the person who looks more modest? It's the modest person. And the reason being is because the other guy, as good as he looks, he's wearing all of his wealth. He's got nothing in his bank account. By living modestly, you have money spare that you can then stick into your savings, and then from your savings into investing. Now, you don't just want to invest in anything. You need to invest in something which is going to be, you want to invest in something that's going to be tax efficient. So ISAs, because you don't pay any tax on any gains that you might make within your ISAs. Lifetime ISAs, also known as LISA, because for every £4 you put in, the government sticks in another £1. So 25% more of what you put in, the government puts in. That's an instant return of 25%, which even the Bank of England base rate is not going to get you there. So lifetime ISAs are a really good place for you to invest through to try and maximize your savings and your investments as much as possible. And other tax-efficient accounts as well. More importantly, if you're not going to be spending the money in the next 5 years, so if you're saving up for your deposit on your home, and it's going to take you, say, more than 5 years, then you definitely want to consider not just leaving your money in cash. Remember that inflation graph I showed you? You don't want to be affected by inflation. And if you leave money in your savings in cash, that's going to be affected by inflation. You want to invest in something that's going to beat inflation. And stocks and shares can do that for you. And that's the other important element of investing, is finding things that you can invest in which are inflation busting. This could be things like stocks and shares, investing in businesses, which is, not just on the stock market. But the other way, and this is the way that I prefer, is by investing in property. Because inflation, moving goalposts again. So property. This is why I invest in property, because it beats inflation. It gives us a regular income. It gives me a regular income so that I'm not affected if I lose my job. And it also means that I've got more choices available to me should some financial crisis hit. Maybe I get sick for a long period of time. And this is why owning a property is so important, even if it is just the home that you live in and nothing else. And the reason being is because, let's just do this one first. It's so important that you just get on the first rung of the ladder rather than try and buy your forever home first. And the reason being is because as property inflation goes up, the goalposts move, it becomes a lot harder for you to actually then get on the property ladder. How many of you remember those movies where you see a train driving along the tracks and you see the guys running to catch that train, and then they finally catch it, and then the train zips them off? That's what property investment is like. You need to get on that first rung of the ladder so you can hitch that ride going forward. Because property inflation increases so much quicker than general inflation. So you want to catch that ride as quickly as you can, that you benefit by owning your own home. So you benefit and you ride along and your property increases in value with house inflation. And then you can start thinking about your forever home. Because now you are not affected by property inflation as you were before you got on the housing ladder. And that's why getting your first home is so difficult, because people are still running to catch up with that train. You have to grasp it first so that you can go along on that ride before considering what kind of home you want. And believe me, there will be compromises to be made. You might have to compromise on the size of your first home, the location of your first home, whether it's got a garden, whether it is a house or a flat. More than likely, as in my case, I had 2 windows. That was my first home. But owning my first home opened up so many doors because I caught that train. And that's what you need to be considering doing if you want to get on the property ladder. So quickly, I'm just going to run through with you the 10 steps for owning your own home, or how to get your first home. So the first one is you actually make the decision that now it's time you want to consider buying your own home. You're putting plan my home in place. So if you haven't already, you better start saving, because it does take a while to build up those deposits. But remember what I said to you beforehand about the E of ESP. That is the area that you need to be focusing on so that you've got more money at the end of your month. After your expenses, you've got savings that you can stick into your deposit fund. The next step is budgeting. Now, this doesn't mean budgeting, well, it could mean budgeting how you're going to save your deposit, but it also means working out what your mortgage payments are going to be and how that is going to fit in with what you earn every month. So working out what you call your affordability. And at this stage, you already want to be speaking to a mortgage broker. Yes, this early on in the whole process, you want to speak to your mortgage broker soon. The earliest, the better. And the reason being is because they can give you advice on how to improve your financial situation, whether it's look at your credit score and see whether you need to change something on your credit score to make it a lot better. They could also look at whether you've got any credit card debt, for example, and do a comparison, whether it's better to pay off that credit card debt and have a smaller deposit to put forward for your mortgage, or to have a bigger deposit but still have that credit card debt. Those are all the things that they can work out for you and give you an understanding as to what might be the best approach for you. And if you're not quite got your ducks in a row to get the mortgage that you need for the property that you're hoping to buy, they can at least give you advice on what you can do to try and maximize your chances. I'll give you a hint. It comes back down to earnings. So really, that is the number one priority that you have, is to try and get your earnings up as much as possible. And the reason being is because the way mortgage lenders lend money, it's mostly based on a number of times, a multiple of your income. We usually use 4.5 times as a rule of thumb. So that means that every additional pound you earn as earnings, that's an extra £4.50 that a mortgage lender will lend to you. So £10, £40.50, £100, £450. It goes up exponentially, and that is why focusing on earnings is so important. In addition to speaking to a mortgage broker, you also want to be choosing who your solicitors are at this stage. Now, why do you want to do this so early in the cycle? The reason being is because these are people who you need to build a rapport with. You need to trust that they are going to provide you with the advice that you need about buying your home. Often what happens is buyers, people buying a property, walk straight into an estate agent, and the first thing they do is book a viewing. And the estate agent says to them, "Can I introduce you to my mortgage broker? This guy's my best friend. I give him a lot of business." And the mortgage broker, yes, he gets a lot of business from the estate agent. Same with solicitors. The estate agent wants to introduce you to their solicitor friend as well. So they get a lot of business from the estate agent. So guess whose back the mortgage broker and the estate agent has? Who are they more interested in? You as a one-off client of theirs, or the estate agent who gives them loads of business? They are not independent. They don't provide you with independent advice, and they may not have your best interests at heart. This is why you want to make sure that you are speaking to an independent mortgage broker and choosing your own solicitors beforehand. Now you can start booking viewings. And hopefully you'll get a short list of properties that you are interested in. Now this comes down to a numbers game. First and foremost, don't just put in an offer on the very first property you see because you like it. Yes, you probably will. But it's only by comparing property after property that you start getting an idea as to what it is that you actually really like. Your first property that you find might have an open plan kitchen and living room, but you think, oh, this is great. Look how spangly and new and shiny it is because it's just been decorated. But it's only when you get to, say, property number 3 or property number 4 that you've started thinking, actually, I don't like having an open plan kitchen. I would rather have my kitchen closed off so I can hide the mess when the friends come to visit. You can't do that in an open plan home. So these are the sorts of things that you only figure out for yourself when you start viewing properties. And it's likely that you might end up putting in an offer on more than one home before you get an offer accepted. It's just the way that it goes. Some people, they have their own reasons as to why they might choose somebody else over you. It's not always down to the fact that the other person has offered more money. There could be all sorts of reasons as to why they've chosen the other party over you to buy their home. But hopefully, at some stage, yes, you'll bid for properties and you'll submit your offers, and one of them will get accepted. And this is where the paperwork starts. So first and foremost, you've had your mortgage in principle from when you spoke to your broker right at the very beginning. But it's only now that you put in your mortgage application, because part of what the bank is looking at when they are reviewing your application to provide you with a mortgage is also looking at the property itself, because that is going to be the security for your loan. So they want to be 100% sure that they are happy with the security that they will get. That's why you can only apply for your mortgage once your offer has been accepted. You get your mortgage application approved, you get a mortgage offer, and this is where you then kickstart your conveyancing process. You go back to the solicitors that you've already chosen from before, and you tell them, we're hitting the go button. Now is the time to start the conveyancing. I have my mortgage offer, and we're good to go. So this is where the paperwork starts. They will request these things called search packs, which you will hear loads about, and they sound big and scary, but what they really are is just a collation of information that they get from all sorts of different sources, from the council, from environmental agencies, from all sorts of other places. And what does this information actually contain? They could be all sorts of things. They could show you that the next high-speed railway line is going to be built next to the property in the next 5 years. So of course you want to know about that, because it might impact on the enjoyment that you get from living there. Or it could tell you that the area that you're looking to buy in is an old mining area. So there may be the likelihood of unstable ground or unknown or disused mine shafts. So you just need to have an idea. Build this picture up as to what this property is exactly that you're going to be buying. The more information you have, the better the decision that you can make if this is well and truly the right home for you. And the reason why you need to know these things is because you're going to live in it. You are going to be the one who also will be impacted by all of these things at some point in time, potentially. So you need to know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Now, your solicitors will only go so far. They will look at the legal aspect and the paperwork part of you buying your home. But there is still some homework that you need to do. And this is where you need to appoint a surveyor. And your surveyor will go out and they will assess, they'll do a survey on your property, and the surveying part here. And this is, they will produce something for you called a home buyer's report. And this is actually looking at the property, the condition of the property as it stands right now, but any potential future issues you might have with the property. Why would you need to know this? Somebody's living in it already. It hasn't fallen down. surely it's okay. What you might not know, and what the seller might not know, is that there are problems that are slowly brewing with the property. Maybe the roof is just about holding on now, but it might need replacing in 5 years' time. The seller doesn't always know if there are issues with properties. This is why you need an independent surveyor to actually assess the property for you, because any repairs and maintenance needed in the property, even if it happens just as you are moving in, the seller is going to look at you up and down and say, not my problem anymore, mate. That's now your issue. So you need to know exactly what it is that you are going to be buying, not just in terms of what's happening with the legal side, but the physical property itself, hence the survey. Once everybody knows exactly what you're getting into and you've agreed if you need to adjust and renegotiate prices, hopefully all of that's sorted, you get to the point of exchange. This is where you've got to pay your deposit that you've been saving for to your solicitors, and you will then exchange contracts. You will also then get a date that you will be completing. So this is where you can start booking your moving vans. You will also at this stage have signed all the documentation, because believe me, there's loads, for the purchase of your new home. And then you complete. So what happens at this stage is your mortgage lender draws the loan down and pays that across to the solicitors for the seller. And when they're happy that everything is all satisfied, they will declare that the purchase is complete. And you get to move into your new home. So that, in a nutshell, is just the basics of a home buying process. So your next steps. All of you are the master of your own destiny. Do you want to be possession rich, but net value poor? Or would you rather live modestly and have that financial stability? It's your choice. And remember ESP, the E part of ESP being fundamentally the most important and the thing that you have the most control over. And that's it. So if anyone's got any questions, you're very welcome to come and speak to me during the lunch break. Thank you very much. And that's me. If you want to take my details, we can connect on LinkedIn. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for sharing those pearls of wisdom with us. I hope we all learned something from that. I think a key takeaway from me was ensure that you are paid to learn. So if you are working for a company, think wisely, think smartly. If you want to take a particular course, like a law course or anything, then ask your employer if they will pay for it. And check the contracts as well. So thank you for that. Think wisely, think smartly. We're going to move straight on to the panel session. So I'm going to invite Wendy, Nathan, and Daniel. Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel, and coming all the way from London. Thank you to our speakers. So please come up to the front, and we will start the panel session. These three speakers will be sharing with us about their experiences in business, their expertise, and if you have any questions, then think about a question to ask. So I'm going to start off with, I'm just going to ask the panel to briefly introduce yourselves, just share your career journey with us to date from when you left school.
Long time since me all on my microphone. I'm Daniel. I'm from this very church, born and raised here. If I talk about my full journey, we could be here all day. It's a bit weird. So, I went to Blue Coat. Personally, I think I made the mistake of going to High Pavement Sixth Form, which was I feel like I should have stayed where I was. To be honest, the teachers cared about years slightly more than the college that I went to. In midway through college, I started selling random stuff on eBay, and basically it grew faster than I really understood what I was doing at that age. And then, long story short, we'd kind of got to this kind of weird position where I was getting banned from the college library because we were using the college library as a bit of a factory to sell. At the time, I was selling screen protectors. We were selling them on eBay. And then that started blowing up. And then long story short, I kind of ended up in this position by accident, really, where I was selling hot tubs in the UK, France, and Ghana. So we got a few celebrity clients. So Phil Spector's got one, Dizzy Rascal's got one, John Barnes has got one. I didn't really understand. I'm brutally honest, I didn't know what I was doing. I was 17 when I started this. But within about 5 years, the business had got to the point where it was doing about £1 million turnover, which basically means we had £1 million coming in, but we also had £1 million going out, so we were not actually profitable. So that not make the money fool you, because it fooled me. I honestly, I didn't know what, I think I was very optimistic, very, very kind of cocky at that age, and kind of, you're trying to make, I think when you go into business, one of the big mistakes people make is they make these assumptions that the trends which are currently going on are going to continue. And actually, what then happened when we got into business is the first financial crisis hit, which drastically changed fortunes and meant that for the next 8 years or so, I was forever playing catch-up with big amounts of money. And after a little while, I just didn't want to do it anymore, to be honest. So we can go a bit more into why in a bit. So then I left. I ditched the business, folded it. At the age of 28, went back to university, went to King's, studied geography because I had an interest in international development. This idea, why is Africa poor? Why does inequality happen? All of these sorts of things. So I studied that for a bit. And then second year of uni, I'm realizing all these kids, because bear in mind, I've gone to uni 10 years older than everyone else. I'm realizing all the kids around me have got these bad boy summer internships at Goldman Sachs and all of these big companies. So I started to feel left behind. So I tried to get an internship. And randomly, I get an internship at Google. So I do my summer internship at Google. I'm working on the business side. And that's, I think, when I was exposed to business in a very, very, very different way. The scale of what you can do with AI and all this sort of stuff. And then I decided, actually, I don't actually want to be on the business side. I want to be on the tech side. I realized in companies like that, it's actually the engineers, the technicians that can change fortunes really quickly. So I feel like, what time are we at? Because I'm already 5 minutes in, this is just my intro. And then, so did that, realized at Google that actually what I want to be doing is I want to be making the machines that seem to be running the world nowadays. And so I pivoted. I was fortunate in that my geography, it was one of the first unis in the country to teach you geography with data science. So if you study sociology or psychology or one of these things, right, ordinarily your methods when you go to university are to do interviews with people or to do surveys, these kind of things, right? Actually, we was learning to do that kind of study with machines and computers. So fast forward, just skip all that. Fast forward and say that I'm now work for Deliveroo. So I'm a data scientist at Deliveroo, and what I'm responsible for exactly is when a rider arrives within 200 meters of your address and delivers the food, the time that happens between that, I am personally responsible for. Each second spent there is worth about £1.7 million. And so I basically come up with ideas and look at the data and figure out how, on average, can I reduce the amount of time it will take a rider to knock on your door, which might sound easy when you think about Nottingham, but actually 25% of Deliveroo's business comes from London. And if you think about the complexity of the buildings that we go into, I need to do things like use signals to help riders understand where the front door even is. So drastic, I've probably going to say very different, like I'm not actually in business now. I guess I've kind of got small businesses in the sense of like, I do stuff on the side and you know, like have business setups for that, but that's just like a kind of cost saving tax structure. It's not a real business in a way. So yeah, that's kind of my background and story. Actually, fun trivia, actually, when I was in my broke years and went back to university and I was doing, I tried to do a little marketing thing on the side, and I'm pretty sure I wrote your first marketing plan, bro. That's me.
Thank you, Daniel. My name's Nathaniel Edwards, but my professional brand is Nathan Edwards. So that's how most people will call me. That's how you mostly know me as. So how did I get started? Okay. I did the traditional GCSEs, then I went and did 3 A-levels at college in Nottingham. Then I went off to Coventry University and did my business management degree. And when I finished that, I came back to Nottingham for a little bit, where I worked for People's College in Nottingham, and I used to be a distance learner tutor. So I used to go into people's workplaces and do work-based training with them. And at that time, I was doing leadership and management, health and safety, and equality and diversity training in workplaces. And then back then, this is when the Evening Post, which is a Nottingham newspaper, was putting all their jobs in the newspaper on a Wednesday. So I grabbed the newspaper. I seen a job that was for a company called Silent Night, which is, they're a bed and mattress manufacturer based in the UK. Back then, they were the most recalled brand known in the furniture industry for beds and mattresses. And they advertised a role for a sales and merchandiser. It was coming with £18,000 a year, company car, laptop, expenses. I was like, oh, this is great. So I applied for the job. So I was 21, 22 at the time. Applied for the job. It was 3 stages, and I remember the day when they rang me to say that I'd got the role and how I felt about it. And that was my introduction into the furniture industry. So that was back in 2006 now, when I first started in that industry. And when I joined there, my career I applied myself in a way where I had a plan. And they took me on, and I remember as part of the interview process, they was like, oh, what do you want to be doing in 5 years' time? And, you know, at that point, you do the standard response, I want to be your boss, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but you sort of just put it out there. But then they started to talk about what the career paths and opportunities were. And they said, you know, after 2 years, and you can move up if you're good enough to sales manager, then you can go to national accounts, and then you can go to sales director, and everything else, and your career can go from there. So I said to them, I said, well, if you're good enough, can you jump from my role to 2 positions up or other positions up? It says, well, it's not really being done, so, but it, you know, let's see. So Silent Night are a corporate company. And good company. I was working there. I stayed there for 6 years. I did actually end up getting promoted a couple of times. And then what sparked my interest to go into business was an experience that I had when I was working there. And I was into Apple products at that point, and this is when Apple sort of brought out their first iPad. And I used to go out on the road and do selling beds and mattresses into independent shops, Billy's Bed Shops or whatever else. And the company would give us printed material, so we'd have all the images printed, we'd have a price list, and I'd have to go into the shop, write the order out, and then take it back to the office. I bought an iPad, and I remember I turned up to a sales meeting, and my sales director was there, and he looked at me and he goes, oh, Nathan, where's all the printed material that gave you? I said, oh, Graham, I've got everything here. It's all on my iPad. I've got all my images, I've got all my price lists, and I can even email all my orders into the office. He pulled me to the side and he goes, we're not a technology company. I'd prefer you use the equipment that we gave you. And I looked at him and I was like, So that was strike one, from my point of view with him. And then a job came up. So this is when internet, you couldn't really buy beds and mattresses online. It started to become a thing more in around about 2008, 2009. And I was responsible. I opened a lot of the online retail companies that Silent Night still trade with today. The likes of Wayfair, Dreams. There's a number of them that I worked with back then that I opened the accounts up for. And there was a role that came up within Silent Night that basically says that you'd be working in-house but managing all of the online-only companies. So because that was where majority of my experience was, I was like, oh, great, I'll probably be in for this. It got down to it, and it was the final two people to be selected. And I never got the job. And I remember speaking to my sales director at the time, and he goes, well, I went for Martin because he just had a bit more experience in technology than me. And I was like, all right, strike two. At that point, I had this burning feeling that started to come over me in terms of not wanting to get to that point where I managed my own destiny, where I didn't feel like I had to rely on gatekeepers in the same way to have control over my career in the way that it was. And so at that point, running parallel to this, so at Silent Night, one of my customers was a company called World Stores. They were one of my biggest online retailers. I told them that I was looking to leave Silent Night. The two CEOs for the business at the time approached me and says, Nathan, we're very interested in you. Could you come and have a talk with us? And I was like, well, okay, fine. So there's like, you've got no experience as being a buyer or category manager, but we recognize that in comparison to all the other suppliers that we work with, you've got the best understanding that we've ever come across. So we want you to come in and head up all of our bedroom department for the business. This was worth 40% of the overall turnover for the business, and it was around about £17 million at the time. I was like, yeah, great, no problems. So I went in there, I worked with them for a couple of years, grew their business. I grew my category from 17 to just under 25 million. I started with a team of 2 people, ended up with a team of 11 people that reported into me at the time. And my profile within the industry was really accelerated on the back of that. Running parallel to that, this is when I was going to the barbers every single week. For some particular reason, at that point, I was really vain. I'm not so much now. But what was happening, this is pre-COVID at this point. I was going to the barbers, and I'd most likely go on a Saturday. And it was like a lottery. So you'd turn up, and you'd then be a queue of people outside, and then you'd go inside, and that's it. You could write off your entire day because you'd be sat there for like 4 or 5 hours. And I remember how that used to make me feel. And I was like, then I started looking into hairdressing and barbering in a little bit more detail. And I was like, surely there's a different way to do this. Like, we can get a little bit more professional in terms of the way in which we do it. Then I started looking into the education of hair, and particularly Afro hair. And then I started to recognize that all the colleges and the courses were designed and geared towards Caucasian hair, but nothing related to, there was no official qualification for Afro hair. So I was like, there's an opportunity here. So I came up with this idea to open a salon, but with the way that I wanted the salon to be, I wanted it to be all appointment-based. I wanted people's time to be respected. I wanted to be able to give consultations. I wanted people to be able to have a hair education when they came in and had their hair done, and to leave with exactly what they asked for when they came in. A nice, clean environment, to be given a tea and coffee, to have that experience. And this is when I started talking to Daniel. And I remember at the time, I was like, Daniel, I've got this idea. I don't know. I haven't got no experience of this industry, but we want to do it. So then between me and Daniel, we did like a questionnaire and started asking loads of people about hair industry. Why do you go? Why do you not? We came up with like so many different documents. And this is when you was really geeky about all your stats and everything. And Daniel helped build the very first website that we had for the business that we had then as well.
I think the original slogan was like "Your hair,
Your way." Yeah,
Just
yeah.
So it was like
that was the
very
first
clearly
slogan.
respecting
Yeah.
what you wanted to do.
So that's how it all started. So this was 2016. Got started. That was my first introduction to official entrepreneurship. Built that business. Today we've been going for the last 8 years. We've now gone on to move to a bigger building. There's 8 staff members that work at the salon. I would say, because I'm biased, we're the most recognised Afro hair specialist salon in Nottingham. We've got buses in Nottingham running around with all our branding on. If you type in Afro hair Nottingham, then we should come up in #1 on Google. If we don't, there's a serious problem there. But that's what should happen. But I started that business whilst I was still working. So I never changed the limited company name into mine. But anyway, there's some tax reasons for that anyway. But I'll tell you a bit about that later on. So I done that. So anyway, going in my career within the furniture industry, I was able to stay at World Stores for a little bit. I had this thing when I was younger, making notes. Making notes was a big thing for me. On my phone, I've got pretty much my life story. When I'm dead and gone, my kids have got the blueprint to what I've left in terms of all my ideas and everything else and how I got to the point where I've got to now. But it's been a pattern for me in terms of writing things down and always being a visionary in strategy in terms of what I was going to do and where I wanted to be. And I remember at the age, when I was in my early 20s, I was like, I'd like to be a director by the time I turned 30. At this point, I'd not thought about business. I wasn't even interested in opening a business or anything like that. And when I left World Stores, because I was working in London at the time, but I wanted to move back to Nottingham, one of my suppliers that I worked for at World Stores approached me. Again, reputation is key. And part of your networking, you never know how the circle of life can turn around. Sometimes someone can be a colleague. I've had people that have been colleagues that have then managed me, and then I've ended up managing them. And then I've ended up supplying them, and then they've ended up... So it's been a weird situation. You never know how life is going to turn out. And anyway, this supplier approached me and goes, look, Nathan, we understand that you want to move back to Nottingham. We don't have a position within our business, but we'll create one for you. And it was like, we've got 2 business units, one in Yorkshire, one in Bristol. And we basically need someone to come and help manage all of our sales team and help drive help shape our business to be more future-proof in terms from a digital point of view. I was like, okay. So there's like, I remember that it was sat and it was like, how much do you want? That was a conversation, by the way. I didn't know how to pitch myself. And then they said, create a title for yourself, we'll get a contract, and it just went from there. I was there for 6 years. Those 2 guys have been instrumental in me from a careers point of view, even to being mentors and coaches that I still work with and work alongside now. And they've taught me and shown me so much. So in terms of some of the stuff that I'll go on to talk about a little bit later on, when I'm going to talk a lot less, hopefully, is I'll start to share how the people that you know and meet and how pivotal they can be and how having the right sort of circle around you can be. So that's how it's pretty much started. So I've gone on to build an e-commerce business, which I have at the moment. I've got the beauty business, and I've got a consultancy and product sourcing business now. So I source product for the likes of Dunelm, Next. I work with different factories in Europe, Switzerland, Poland, Far East, UK, some of you might even be sleeping on mattresses and stuff that I've helped source, or work with factories that I've worked with. But yeah, that's pretty much me in a nutshell. You'll hear a lot more later on. Wendy, your turn.
Me again. My story is nowhere near as long as that. It's been really interesting hearing both Daniel and Nathan talking about their journeys into entrepreneurship. I am a real newbie compared to the two of them. Most of my journey so far has been typical. I left school, I studied after school, I went to university. The degree that I did was very specifically focused on business and commerce. I majored in computer science and accountancy, and I went into banking, which you couldn't get more boring than that. So through banking, I then managed to windle my way into property finance when I decided I had a real interest in property finance. I got to work on some really interesting transactions when I was there. I was the lead bank as part of a group of banks that actually financed the building of the Palm in Dubai. So that was one of the projects that I got to work on. So it had a lot of numbers at the end, that loan. But to all intents and purposes, you never see any of that real money. It's just numbers with loads of noughts at the end of it. But it was a really, I felt really privileged to be able to work on such a big project. And there have been a few others in the UK that I've ended up working on. For 5 years, I was one of the banks that also funded the redevelopment of Liverpool One, which was a 42-acre site in Liverpool. The regeneration of that whole area just behind what was the original shopping streets, and the building up of there's a park there called Gervais Park, putting in new retail shops, bringing in retailers into Liverpool who had never even considered Liverpool as being a destination that they were interested in going to. And what was fantastic about this particular project was it really put Liverpool on the map as a shopping destination. Beforehand, everyone would have to go to Manchester to go and do their shopping. And Liverpool went, in terms of ranking, from nowhere to the 18th most popular shopping destination in the UK within the space of 2 years. And that was because of the Liverpool One redevelopment. So that, again, was something really special to work on. Ironically, in my career, rather than start off loans with small numbers and work towards bigger numbers, I've gone the other way around. I started off with loans that were very big numbers, and I've worked my way to smaller and smaller loans. And there's a reason for it, and it's because the smaller the loan, the less sophisticated the borrower is that you're dealing with. So rather than just having a corporate relationship with them where they share their information with you, all of the analysis has been done by their team of analysts, and you just check everything over. By working with the smaller individuals, you actually take on more of a coaching role rather than just being a banker. And I really enjoyed that aspect of working with smaller borrowers. And so I went from large commercial property transactions to residential transactions to residential developments. And when I met Alicia, I was then working at Homes England, and we were helping to try and get developers to deliver on the 300,000 new homes that the government wanted to build every year. And the fund that we worked in was called the Home Building Fund. And it was great because we got to deal with the really small micro developers people that no other lender was interested in, and it was a fantastic opportunity for us to see new methods of construction and also deal with people who this was the first scheme that they were actually trying to build out. So I absolutely loved the coaching and the mentoring side of doing that, which you wouldn't ordinarily get in typical lending. Unfortunately, like a lot of people, through lockdown, I did suffer burnout, and I decided it was time to give myself a bit of a break. I took the very first gap year that I ever took, and a couple of years later, 3 years later, I'm still on my gap year. And the reason why I've been able to do that is, as I said before, the benefit of having investment properties that provide an income that I've been able to use to pay my mortgage, my bills, and to live off. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if I hadn't have set up those investment properties. So I'm very grateful to my past self for having had the forethought to do that. Why I'm here today is because obviously in my gap year, you want to experiment, you maybe get a little bit bored, and I decided this was a great opportunity for me to start trying to give back to people and help a disenfranchised group of people. And that group that I chose to try and support are first-time buyers, because there's very little advice that's offered people wanting to buy their first home. And most people, if like me, they don't have a bank of mum and dad who can provide them with a nice fat deposit. They just need a bit of guidance. They might have friends and family who've bought homes, but their situations are very different to the one that they find themselves in. And quite often, people just don't know how to get started, and that's what I wanted to do. So around this time last year, I created what I call the First Time Buyers Club. So I'm very new into the entrepreneurial journey. It's been a year. It's been a roller coaster. It's been full of joy and unbelievable levels of frustration. Things haven't gone the way that I hoped that they would, but I think the biggest lesson I've got out of all of this is you just have to keep persevering. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Is it on? I think it's interesting because you've all mentioned different reasons around why you've actually started different things. And I think it's interesting in terms of the inspiration, the purpose behind the idea. I mean, Daniel, you mentioned with the hot tubs, it just kind of happened. Nathan, you mentioned about the queuing, and I guess it was a problem that you wanted to then solve. And then Wendy, with you, it was around burnout, and then there was this idea that you started. So I guess for some of you, it sounds like you weren't really looking for the business. It just presented itself because you saw a problem and then the opportunity. So with the businesses that you have started, I mean, Nathan, you're in quite a few different ones, but could you all just briefly talk about some of the challenges that you've faced in business, in either looking for the opportunities to start the business or once you've actually been in it? What are some of the challenges you face and how have you overcome them? And then I'll open up the floor to questions.
Challenges to business. There's just loads of challenges to running a business. I'm not like one of these people that would be like, oh, go start a business tomorrow. I think a lot of people want to do it, and I think it's really hard. I think the hardest part about running a business is that you ultimately carry responsibility, and you carry responsibility for other people. If you employ people, you are fundamentally responsible for them being able to pay their salaries at the end of the month. And at 17, to be honest, looking back, it was traumatic carrying that kind of experience. It's something that I should have done much later in life, not at 17. You need to grow and let your brain, your prefrontal cortex develop about trying to manage people's mortgages and all that sort of stuff. So I think that's one of the challenges. I think there's all, I mean, I don't know, I'm speaking this off the top of my head, there's all sorts of challenges, right? There's like, for me, at like 18, what exactly, like, what is the knowledge that I have at that age to be able to go out and assume that the predictions that I'm making are going to even last a year? Like, fundamentally, business is like you take on some degree of risk for a potential reward. And depending on how much knowledge you have or how much connections you have or how much access to resources you have, that risk that you take on is going to be higher or lower. For me, I think there was an awful lot of risk that I was taking on at that age. So, yeah, that, I think, for me, it's really interesting. Like, I saw firsthand how global economic crises will absolutely mash up any ideas you have. So for me, it's quite a global business in the sense that, like, we were buying hot tubs from China, cheap US currency, at a time when US currency was not valued that highly against the pound. I think at the time it was like $2 to the pound you were getting. This is like 2005. So we were buying our hot tubs in US currency. And so by the time that hot tub gets to the UK, I've paid like $1,000 and I'm selling it for something. Let's just cut the numbers easy. I'm selling it for something like 300 quid. Sorry, I'm selling it for something like 1,300 quid, making about £300 profit per hot tub. And it was great because we were selling them so cheaply, we were selling volume. So all of a sudden, I'm selling loads of hot tubs. The thing is, overnight, when the financial crisis hit, it had two effects. On one hand, people stopped wanting to go on things like holidays, and they wanted to have more long-term, like, kind of outcomes for their money. So they started buying more hot tubs. So on one hand, we were benefiting. But on the other hand, the economic crisis completely changed the rate of the pound to the dollar, which meant that all of a sudden, overnight, I was losing money. And all of a sudden, I'm faced with choices to, like, do you want to raise the value, like, price of your hot tubs by, like, £600? So then you're wondering, if I raise the price of my hot tubs by £600 and I'm only selling them for £1,300, are people even still going to buy them? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. And so I guess, like, what I'm saying is, like, make sure you know your idol, because this thing is not, it's not straightforward. There's all sorts of things can go wrong, right? Look, you're selling hot tubs and all of a sudden, like, take like Deliveroo, for example. Deliveroo was, like, two things happened to Deliveroo. Like, we sell food from restaurants, and then COVID came, and so there were no restaurants to sell food from. The entire business was, like, done for overnight. Do you know what I mean? Like, we literally, Deliveroo was days from going bankruptcy. And the only reason we managed to get out of not going into bankruptcy was because somehow, and privilege plays a big role here, because Deliveroo was really high connected to, like, conservative places. Somehow Deliveroo got categorized as key workers, because the argument here was, if Deliveroo is not operating now, restaurants are definitely going to go out of business. Not just Deliveroo is going to go out of business, but like the entire UK restaurant industry is going to go out of business if we don't do something. And so for that reason, Deliveroo all of a sudden was classed in the same way as police and nurses, because if we're not operating, restaurants, and that's the only way that Deliveroo would manage to stay afloat. And without going on a long story here, that actually then had the opposite, like, thing went on here then, yeah? Because then all of a sudden, now Deliveroo has got mad demand, because now we're the only way you can order from restaurants. So now all of a sudden, Deliveroo needs to raise even more money to take on more people. So then Amazon invested in us. Amazon invested $5 billion to buy a part of us. And then check what happened. Another spanner in the works. Government says, nah, man, Amazon can't buy you. That's too much control for Amazon. So they block the investment. So all of a sudden, now we're looking to do redundancies again. Like, honestly, business is like just dress, if I'm honest. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily like you take on a lot, you carry a lot, and you don't necessarily sleep well at night. Do you know what I mean? I have more gray hairs as a result of my experience in business than I think I'd like to have at the age of 37. So, like, that's just, I could probably, like, list a whole bunch of things, but, like, you know, if you're really wise and you've got good advice and you've got good friends and you've got good networks and everything plays out, like, let me rephrase this actually a different way. Every business fails eventually. Every single one of them. Like, they last us. It's basically a matter of, can you get it to a certain place and sell it before it no longer has value? Like, take like the only businesses that like have like lasted centuries that have not failed are those that are literally in bed with the government, and like they've literally the military has been involved in keeping these businesses afloat over the years, and they kind of colonial practices, blah 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 blah. But like take for example Nokia. I was reading about Nokia the other day. When I was growing up, Nokia was one of the baddest smartphone companies on the planet. Who could have predicted that iPhones would come along and completely take away all of their revenue? Today, Google is one of the baddest companies on the planet, right? But actually, if you look at what's going on, Google is actually on the way down. Like, all of these things are happening that are completely changing the landscape around, how does Google make its money? It makes its money because you go and search for something online, and then it tries to sell you ads. But what does that mean in a world where we're all going to be talking to ChatGPT's OpenAI, and what does that mean? All of a sudden, the whole business, what does that mean in a world where, like, back in the day when I was growing up, if you wanted some cheap shoes, you go to Google, you see some ads. Now, if you want cheap shoes, or if you want cheap furniture, or if you just want, whatever, I might just go on Nathan's website. I just go search directly on Nathan's website. Do you know what I mean? There's access to like these I don't need to like go through the Google process, and there's all these or I might go to Amazon. Amazon's now taking that search traffic away. So I guess what I'm saying is all businesses die eventually. And so, that risk part and managing that. Sorry, I feel like I've gone on for a bit of a while, so I'll stop now. But you get my gist. It's, don't do it for the sake. Someone said to me once, and I think it's worth repeating, don't if you're, and I don't know if this always applies, but I think it's mostly true. If your sole aim here is to make some if your sole purpose is to make some money, it ain't gonna work. Don't get me wrong, you might be able to flip, and but ultimately, if you don't actually believe in the thing that you're doing, you just carry the stress for money's sake. Anyway, that's my kind of view. You can tell I'm not very I have lots of mixed bags on running a business, given my experiences. But yeah.
Challenges in business. Staff. Yeah. It is a big challenge. So as a business owner, you've put investment online, you've put your time online, you are motivated, you've got the zeal, and what you're looking to do when you're at that point of employing staff is look for people that you can teach the skill, but you can't teach the attitude. So when you're employing, you employ for the attitude, not the skill. But now it's finding the people with the right attitude and the work ethic that be realistic. They're not going to match your energy as a business owner. They're not. And that's something that I've had to learn over the years and become comfortable with, because at first I was getting quite frustrated thinking, but why do you want to put time in? And it just felt like it was me that wanted to keep driving, but I then realized this is just the way it is. And you need to respect that and understand the boundaries. And as things as life has evolved, and especially post-COVID, where we have seen more of an effect and more of an awareness of mental health and health in general, health and well-being, it's now those things that are challenges are still challenges for us as a business, but then they also become opportunities to look at ways to better look after and value the staff members that work within the business. So then it starts to make me, as a business owner, evolve the way in which I work. Flexible time of working, holiday, gym memberships, whatever it might be. Not everyone is motivated by money. And what I've had to do, and one of those challenges I've had to overcome as business, is to know, I like the fact that all of my businesses are small, medium. So I want to know and understand each employee from an individual point of view. And this is one of the things that I get as a flexibility. And this is one of the things that I didn't really like working for a corporate business, because you were just a number. In a smaller business, each person is a person with a life. I can tell you the names of all my staff members' kids, their partners' names. I've got a vested interest in them because I look at it as it's a two-way relationship. You're putting time in, I've created this opportunity, we're both benefiting. And so I'll go into just, I open businesses, and a lot of the way that I run my business is based on bad experiences that I've had in the past. So I've used a lot of that format to try and overcome the way in which we try and do things now and be intentional about it. So staff has been a challenge, but it's also been an opportunity of growth for me at the same time. And cash flow in a business, so that stream of money coming in. So let's say, for example, now you're an online business. If you just start off as an online business, for example, and customer comes, they come on your site, they buy something. That money doesn't go straight into your bank account. It almost goes into an escrow account, which is like a holding account. You now need to go and place the order. So you've either bought the stock and you've got the stock that you're selling to a customer in a warehouse, so you've already paid money out for it, or you're going to place the order with your supplier once that order's come in. Either way, you need to part with money to fulfill that order to the customer before you get your money back. Now, if you're in the early stages, it might not be too bad, but once your business gets to that point where it's starting to grow and sales are growing, you might have an influx of lots of orders, but you might run out of cash physically in your bank to be able to fulfill those orders because you've not got the liquidity. And this is why so many businesses go out of business, where you think, oh my gosh, they're doing 10 million a year, they're doing 50 million a year. How comes they've gone out? And it's like cash flow.
This was like when I ran the hostel business, this was basically Irish.
That's what happened.
I couldn't make it.
It's liquidity.
Liquidity is a big problem.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest challenges in business. And this is why, so going by Daniel's example, he might have been buying for a good price and selling for 300 and doing volume, but what was happening is he needed to increase his margin, so it's the amount of money that you make when you sell a product, which gives you more money and more profit coming into the business to be able to help sustain some of those cash flow issues that you've got. There are costs within your business that you can't control. So let's say, for example, during COVID, for the salon, the energy prices went through the roof. So whereas we're paying for, £150, £200 a month, all of a sudden the energy bills went up to £300-400 a month. So I can't quickly overnight just increase all of our prices to be able to say, we need to cover this. It's like contingency that we needed to have and be in a position to be able to cover these. Let's say, for example, minimum wage has gone up, which is a good thing. But then you're talking about if the minimum wage goes up by 50p, if you equate that to a full-time position, that's almost, what does it work out to be? About £1,000 a year, £1,000 a year, just over £1,000 a year. A 50p increase in hourly rate is over £1,000 a year. So minimum wage has gone up by £1. So now you're talking about £2,000 increase in your cost base to run your business. So there's also many different things that have been challenges, and I'm just focusing on those two particular ones. Staff and cash flow for me have been two big ones. Plenty more, but I'll stick with those two.
Right, so being far earlier on in my entrepreneurial journey, I don't even have staff yet to worry about. But just from my point of view, trying to start a business from scratch, from a real standing start, my knowledge was always around the property side, transactions, looking at the legal documentation, how to go about buying properties, how to advise people on how they can get on the property ladder. But how have I been able to get that message out in the world to actually let people know that I am there to help them? All the marketing side of things, having to create a platform to put my products on, etc. How am I going to actually sell those products? All the technology aspect of everything is everything that I've had to learn from scratch. And so my learning curve was probably near vertical for the last year or so as I've tried to figure out the best way of doing this. The other problem I've had is there are loads of businesses out there who offer services to try and sell you a domain name, help you host your website, etc., help with the facilitating of taking payments. The problem is that every single one of these wants to take a little piece of the pie. So by the time you get to, well, that money gets to you, quite often at the very start, there's nothing left. And if anything, you end up having to finance those costs yourself first before you've even got any business coming in. So really getting started and trying to create a sustainable business that funds itself from the outset is almost impossible. I wish that I had a second person to help me with the technological side of things, because I've always had to, I feel as though I've had to pull myself in two different directions. I want to spend time getting content out there, focusing on creating courses, focusing on what I can do to help people through the home buying process. But I'm always drawn into how am I going to facilitate this online? How am I going to structure this business, etc.? So I spend time then doing all learning about how to set up and just how to tech, as I call it. And that pulls me away from actually being able to do the social media marketing. So there's this constant challenge backwards and forwards between trying to build up awareness of the business and focus on social media marketing, and then also having to spend all of this time learning how to set everything up and the technological side. So if I was going to do it all again, I would actually try and see if I could partner with somebody who has the skills that I don't have. And the more I think about it, the more I'm trying to find that person, because hopefully I can move things forward a lot quicker rather than trying to be everything and everyone myself. I actually consider myself a fairly technically confident person. Having done a computer science degree, I'd like to think that I'm not scared of learning new technology. But even then in itself, the learning curve has been exponential in trying to figure out how everything all fits together, and also to try and stop that leeching from other people of getting hold of their little slice of that, of your pie, so that by the time it gets to you, there is actually still something left.
Fab, thank you. We're just going to take a couple questions. So, does anybody have a question that they would like to ask?
In terms of growing a business from not necessarily having constant income, how would you say grow that? How would you import the idea of pushing more money into, getting more money into the business?
I'm just going to, what's your question?
I would just like to know what each of you think is a good financial risk.
Does anybody have another question? What's yours?
This will be to all three of you. If I wanted to start a business now, what sort of advice would you give me?
Okay, thank you. So for the sake of time, I'm going to ask the panel members to answer these questions individually. So for Ben's question about how you can pump more money into the business, Nathan, will you take that one?
How are you going to put more money into the business? So you're basically asking how to grow the sales of your business, scale your business. Part of Barry's response feeds into your response, which all of that is going to get covered in when I speak later on. A lot of it comes from how you got started. And basically, when I'm looking at business ideas, I'm looking at obsessing over problems, a problem of a person or a problem of another business, and I'm looking at ways in which I can solve them. So that's part of how to get started, but I go into a lot more detail later on. In terms of scaling your business from where you're at, it's about an understanding of who is your target audience and how are you reaching that target audience in the first place. So this is Ben as a brand, or your business as a brand. Is that brand known, and where is it known? And then how are you marketing that brand? I'll go on to explain later on that having a brand and marketing that brand are two different things. And what we've at times failed to do is we have a talent or a passion, and then we assume that that's a business. So I'm good at baking, or I'm good at curl my own hair, or I'm good at taking photos. That can be passionate, and it can be turned into a business, but it's how you look at turning it into a business. I look at it now and I say, okay, great, it's a business idea, but I look at it in two different ways. One different way, what's my exit plan? So I start the business and I'm starting to think straight away, what's my exit plan with that business? Do I want it to be a guy called Daniel Priestley who wrote a book called Key Person of Influence? Do you want it to be a lifestyle business or performance business? Now, lifestyle business is, do you want to retire doing that business? Where it's a nice stable income, it can employ some staff, you can slowly back off and the business runs itself. A performance business is the one where you're going in with the intention of owning that business for 3 to 5 years, scaling it and selling it. So lifestyle is you look at to have it long-term, performance business is you're looking to have it short-term, scale it and sell it. So you need to decide on those two different things first of all. What's your exit plan with this particular business? You're looking at what your brand is and how you're marketing your business. How well known are you? Then I'm looking at what my competitors are doing, and am I doing it faster, cheaper, or better than my competitors? Who are they? And within what you're doing, for example, Ben, it's looking at, you can be niche. So you can be niche within your particular industry. So we find lots of people now that are specializing in product photography, or some people are specializing in wedding photography, or LinkedIn profile photos, or whatever it might be, or clothing. So different people specialize in different things. Or it might be that it's a hobby and interest that or it might be events where your business then starts to scale in terms of, okay, your plan is to concentrate on wedding photography, which means you're going to go and partner or approach a number of different venues in and around the Midlands area. This is me, this is my photography business, this is what I do, this are prices, we're looking to, do you have any trade shows coming up that we could come and I can exhibit my services at? Meanwhile, you've got a website. Meanwhile, you're then thinking that your long-term businesses, we want to start off in photography, but I want to be able to build up to videography and expand a team. But then I'm starting to see these 360 tables coming out. So as part of the services, you might not physically need me there as a photographer, but now I've invested in one of these turntables where my camera's doing all the work and I don't necessarily need to be there. So that's another arm of your business that you can look into. So this is just, if I'm just thinking about it openly, there's lots of different avenues, but it's what's your exit plan, what's your brand, how you're marketing it, and how you're looking to scale that business in terms of all the different things and services that you could add to be able to do it. And then if you get to that point, the next part of it is potentially is, could you teach the skill to other people? So could an element of your business be, people that are passionate about it, I can now do small courses or workshops with them in terms of photography. What do you do? What are the things to look at? You know, the art of the thirds, not that I know anything about it, but, you know, so just those sort of things. So that's just, for me, in roughly what I think. Hopefully that's answered the question.
Has that answered your question, Ben? Fabulous.
Can I add something? I'm just going to say, I wanted to add something real quick. So when I was trying to get into business, when I did uni, I tried to apply for all these like consulting jobs, like Bain, McKinsey. They have these phenomenal interview processes that require you to like break problems down real quick. And as I was thinking about that, like there's only two ways to really grow a business, right? You either need more customers, or you need to you basically either need to find new customers, you either need to charge your existing customers more, you either need to find, or you need new products to sell to your existing customers. Do you know what I mean? There's like literally only so many things you can do. And I think when you think about it through the lens of that framework, I'm not saying I can walk you through all of these yet, but it just gives you a way to think about what the options are. If you start to break down what each one of those things means, can I realistically charge people more for what I'm doing at the moment? Potentially, I don't know. How do you, so then if not, then you've got this choice of like finding more customers. Well, that requires you to have some strong understanding of like who your existing audiences are, like what's working within them. What I love about like today's world, and particularly with the stuff that you're doing, I'm sure you can start to like share stuff and start to get audience metrics about like what's resonating with what people. Like certain groups are going to work for you better than other groups. Weddings might work for you better than new car dealerships who want to, do you know what I mean? Like there's certain kind of communities that are going to work with you and are going to grow faster than you for others. And then, yeah, it's kind of just a quick thought off the top of my head. Might not be that useful, but yeah. What's the question for me?
Daniel, the question for you is about financial risk. So if you can touch on Sharon's question, which is about your biggest financial risk.
You might be better answering this question because I feel like you've worked at banks. But I mean, for me personally, my savings go into like basic index funds, which is basically like, if you think about the UK, in America's a better example. They have like the S&P 500, which is like the top 500 not best-selling, but biggest companies on the American Stock Exchange. It includes like Apple, it includes like Google. These are very, 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 very safe, reasonably safe companies. I'm not going to say very, very, very safe. But the principle goes that like, if I had put like £100 into that investment fund like 10 years ago, it's worth like 20. I'm making these numbers up, but it's literally that mad. I think this is one of the things that a lot of people miss, particularly in like our communities, like when it comes to saving. A lot of people just put their money into a bog standard bank account to get this like return year on year, which is like 1 or 2%, something ridiculous. Actually, if you think about it, that kind of compound growth of just putting aside, £100 into an index fund and letting that do its thing over time, I think I read once that like the fastest way to become a millionaire. Let me get the exact numbers on this for you, and because I don't want to lie to you, but it's something to the effect of like put £100 aside a month from the age of like 25, do it for 30 years. By the time you get to like 60, given the compound growth that you would have had, you would literally have £1 million in the bank. And a lot of people don't kind of think about it like through that kind of lens. And the later you start doing that, obviously, the issue is the compound growth, right? By the time, if you think about it, like you're getting, what is it, like 10, 20, 30% on some of these funds sometimes. I mean, I think it's usually about 5 to 10 realistically. I'm slightly more risky. So I jump on, when things are popping, I jump on them, But yeah, that's yeah. I don't know if that's like a business like response or if that's what you mean. Yeah.
So answer that question and then provide your final thoughts that you want to leave the audience with.
Yeah, sure. So with regards to financial risks, exactly as Daniel said, we have this inclination to, if we have any money spare, we stick it in a bank account and we forget about it. As I was explaining earlier, because of inflation, this is actually, we think it's a safe bet having money sat in a bank account, but it's actually more risky than you realize because that money is losing value. it's not growing. What you need to be doing is focusing on investing in, as I said before, inflation-busting investments. The stock market is a really good example of that, because what happens with companies is as inflation increases, as their costs of goods increase, they then also subsequently increase the price of their goods, as we heard from Daniel with his hot tubs. Over time, the markets then perceive those companies, because they're now increasing their revenues, as being better companies to invest in. So the value of their share prices then they go up. And this is how stocks and shares end up being inflation busting, because they continue to, over time, over a long period of time, tend to go up in line with or a little bit more than inflation. Similar with property. The reason why people invest in property is because property inflation, it traditionally is a lot higher than standard inflation. If you are investing in property that returns an income to you, whether it's a buy-to-let property or a holiday home that you let out, for example, not only does the value of the property increase over time in the long run, but the property itself is then earning an income from having people stay there. And over time, you can increase slowly the amount that you charge. Say if you've got a holiday let that you rent out, the rate that you charge people overnight, that can increase. So not only are you getting an increase in your investment from the value of the property going up, but you're also increasing the income that the property produces. I think it was Warren Buffett, wasn't it, who said that the only real investments are income-producing assets. So thinking that gold might be a safe bet because that might also increase with inflation is also not so great, because gold doesn't produce you an income. You can't rent gold. Yes, it might keep your wealth secure in terms of gold tends to also follow inflation, but it doesn't make a revenue for you. And it's those two things that you need. It's something that's going to continually increase in value and also produce an income. Shares and stocks, the reason why they are income producing as well is because a lot of companies actually issue this thing called dividends. So if they've got spare cash, spare profit within the business that they're not going to use to invest back in the business, they actually distribute that excess profit out to the shareholders in the form of dividends. So that's why stocks and shares are also income-producing assets, not just because they grow in value, but because they also provide dividends. And then what was the other thing?
Final thoughts that you'd like to leave the audience with, please, briefly.
Right. So my final thought is, first and foremost, I really appreciate you giving me of your time today. I've really enjoyed being here to hopefully ignite a little bit of interest in you in terms of both property and investing and personal finance in general. We all have to start on a journey. As you can tell, my entrepreneurial journey is very, very young compared to the likes of Daniel and Nathan. And I look to people who are a few steps ahead of me as my inspiration, and to offer me mentorship and a guide of how I can get to where they are. And hopefully I can be that same to you as well. If you're thinking of starting off on your entrepreneurial journey, we all have to start from scratch somewhere. So don't think just because there's already loads of people doing, for example, photography in the market, that it's saturated and there's no room for you. There's room for everybody. You just have to make yourself unique. But also use the people who have come before you as inspiration to start and, take action.
Thanks, Wendy. Nathan, final thoughts, please, you'd like to leave the audience with.
My final thought is get plenty of food and drink, because I will continue my final thought when I do my session later.
My final thought is not really a final thought. It's just the stat that I wanted to give you earlier. So here's the stat. If you start at 30 and you put 390, I think my battery died, so I think it was £386 a month aside every month until the age of 68, and you put it into an investment fund that earns at least 5% year on year, which is not a crazy high rate of return, by the time you're 68, you would have £1 million in the bank. And that's because of the kind of compound growth of that kind of 5% year on year, it's just multiplying that 5%. But you wouldn't have saved anywhere near £1 million, by the way. A lot of that has just come from the interest on it. So yeah, a lot of people think like the way you get rich is to like start some big business, and I just think, and I don't value richness either, but I think, you know, when I say rich, I just mean financial security in a way. I think the way to do it really is just to start saving as soon as you can and put it into wise investments. It's probably not to go out there and take on massive amounts of risk, start new business tomorrow just because you want to get rich quick.
So Daniel, with that stat, is that something that you currently do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not great. I've never been great at saving, to be honest. My eyes have always been bigger than my belly. But yeah, I'm getting there.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much to our panelists. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. I hope we've all taken something from that. So please go and get some lunch. If you do want to have a chat with the speakers, then please do if you wanted to ask them a question that you didn't manage to ask them. Also, remember, for those who signed up to the CV workshop or those who bought their CVs or want to get some CV advice, please see Wendy. If we could be back in here for 2:30 to start the next session, that would be great. Thank you so much. Oh, this is. Hi, I hope everyone has had a great lunch and has made great connections and spoken to new people. I hope you're all full and ready for the next session. We're just going to get straight into it. So I'm pleased to welcome up Nathan Edwards, who is going to speak to us about understanding the business process. So thank you so much. Nathan, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I'm not going to preach. I need this clicky. Okay. Yeah, so thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you to Alicia and Liana for putting this event on and inviting me to come and do this little talk with you. In my short time with you, I'm going to take you through what I'm calling a Business 101, just an introduction to how to start a business and a little bit of an overview on some of the aspects that you need to consider and think about when you're starting off or thinking about creating your own business or thinking about some business ideas. So that's where I'm going to start. So let me tell you a little bit about myself, first of all. For those that were here earlier, and then you heard the story already, but I'm not going to tell the full story because that's going to be a bit too much. I've got a 20-year career spanning over various different roles. I've been a sales trainer, merchandiser. I've done roles that are based on the road. I've been a sales manager. I've been national account manager. I've been a buyer. I've traveled in Europe, the Far East, Malaysia. I work with different factories all over the world at the moment. And then I got up to sales director's role with my last employment, which I left in 2019. So my main function or my main industry that I've been in has been the furniture industry. That's where the majority of my career has been spent, has been in the furniture industry. In terms of entrepreneurship, I started my first business 8 years ago, which is in the beauty sector, which is a salon. It's based in Nottingham. We started the business with 2 staff members and now grown up to 8 staff members that work for the business, full-time barber, a couple of rooms that can be rented out for beautician work. That business was based on an experience that I had growing up when I was sharing with everyone when I used to go to the barbers weekly, and I used to get slightly disillusioned because I'd be sat in the barbers for like 4 or 5 hours a week or on a day, waiting to be seen by the barber, to then get to the point where you'll have a haircut, slightly substandard, you try and give some constructive feedback, you get and then you have to get off. So you've got to pay money and then go. So I was slightly disillusioned by all of that, and I said, look, surely there's a more professional way for us to be able to do what we do and deliver the services that we've got in terms of hair, and in particular Afro hair, which is where we were. So we set about, put a questionnaire together. We went around asking different people, why do you go to a salon? If not, why don't you? And then what we did is started to collate all the different problems that people were having and the reasons why they were going and not going to a salon. So then when I then started the business, what we tried to do was solve all of those different problems within the business itself in terms of appointments, pricing, price lists online, teas, coffees, and allowed customers to have an experience when they came in. So I've then gone on to, I've now got 3 different companies now, one in e-commerce, beauty, and then I've got a furniture consultancy and product sourcing business where I source and supply products from the UK, Far East, and I've got lots of different products that's in Dunelm, Next, Wayfair, a number of different places there. I've got products that are supplied into them now, and I still continue to work with those places at the moment. And what I do is I basically work as a facilitator. So the buyers, So I've got lots of contacts, or I've built up a number of, I've been fortunate to build up a number of contacts based on the time that I've been in the industry with lots of retailers. So these are people that I've met or been introduced to or worked with during this time. So I've got ones that are in retail and I've got ones that are in supply. So I now basically sit and act as a middleman to facilitate the relationship between these two people, or these two entities. So the buyers working for these companies say, we're looking for product X, do you have any contacts? And then I will go through my contacts and I'll fly to Germany, Poland, Switzerland, go China, wherever, or look in the UK and look to see where I can source that product. Or I'll go and contact a designer and say, look, we need to design this product, bring it to market for this particular customer that's after it. And then on the other side, I then got factories that then say, look, we've got all this different product, but we're looking to get into these different companies. Can you help us facilitate that? So then I will then offer them the service of then operating that other side of the service, where I'll talk to that company that make the product and introduce them to a retailer that will sell it. So that's what I do. But over my time in business, I've failed a number of times. I've got 2 companies that I put in liquidation. So, but those things have been a real learning for me as well. So I've had the opportunity to start a new business, to buy an existing business, and to scale an already existing business as well. I'm going to be real with you. The failures that I've had, especially over the last 24 months, have personally possibly cost me 6 figures. And that's one of the costs that you need to think about whenever you're considering thinking about business. There's so many pressures and things that can go out of your control that you won't necessarily be able to manage. But hopefully within this presentation, when I get started now, I'll try to cover some of those things to help you give the set framework so you can avoid some of those things, or some of the mistakes that I've got. So the way that I've sort of said it is, although you've got AI, I call myself RI. So RI is real intelligence versus artificial intelligence. So basically, I've had decades of learning, applying principles and theory, adjusting, applying, and applying it again. So basically, I've gone off, done the education side, I've applied what I've done in education, tested it myself. Some's worked, some didn't work. And then the parts that didn't work, I've then adjusted and reapplied to then try to get to the point where I've got a formula now that helps to try and work better for you. So what are the benefits of having your own business? Does anyone know? Has anyone got any ideas on what's their own benefits of having your own business? Self-fulfillment, extra income, go ahead. Be your own boss, yep. Autonomy, yep. A lot of those things I wrote down myself. So control and have my own independence, the opportunity to pursue my own passion, financial potential. As Wendy mentioned earlier on, when you work for a company, your income is capped at whatever your salary bands are. When you're a business owner, you have the opportunity to have an uncapped earning potential, depending on your business model and what the business is. It's estimated, though, that around 20% of companies fail within the first year in the UK. Now, some of the reasons why they fail are down to poor planning, a lack of experience, cash flow, which is one of the things that I mentioned earlier on, unable to adapt. So lots of companies, if you're in a business and something like COVID happens, you need to be able to have the ability to call what we call pivot, change, and adapt to it. Or part of why some of those 20% of businesses fail in the first year is a lack of leadership as well. So, okay, so let me get into it. I'm sorry, that was my introduction. That was no. Is this working? Where do I point it? Ben, technology dude? Sorry, that's just been reset. I'm going to talk about entrepreneurs, but I'm sat here and I'm thinking, We're all a form of entrepreneur, because even if your work, they're coining the phrase now, intrapreneur and entrepreneur. So intrapreneur is if you're working within a business, managing your own self within that. So you're almost your own CEO of your own CEO of your own business inside someone else's business. Entrepreneurship is when you then take that step out for yourself to then go and start your own business. So within the presentation, some of the main things I'm going to talk about is try and be as real with you as possible. An introduction to what does having a business mean to you, personal finance, choosing a business plan, and then I'm going to take you through the practical process of starting your own business. So the first two parts are going to actually work on you as an individual, which is going to sound interesting. But before you get onto that part of thinking about starting your own business. So we're looking at visualizing. Can you see the slides okay? I can make them available afterwards to be able to print them off. Probably should have thought about that a little bit more. So visualizing yourself in a business. I'm going to say to you as a start to really get into the habit of making notes. I was sharing earlier on that my phone is my note taker. Whenever I get an idea, whenever I have a good experience or bad experience, I make so many notes on my phone. It's like, I was saying earlier on, when I'm gone, my kids have got an opportunity where I've left the blueprint of everything that I've been working on or everything I've thought about working on. Because not everything that I might have visualized and thought about planning that I will go on to achieve, it will probably be them that will go on and take it on. So within starting a business, my sales director, when I worked at my first job, he told me, you've got to have the 7 P's of planning. Now, I can't tell you all 7 P's because one of them is a slight swear word, but I'll tell you as many of them as I can. Prior, proper planning prevents poor performance. Did you get that? No? Okay. Prior, proper planning prevents poor performance. So what that does, that basically says that if you don't prepare yourself before you go on to take this next step into launching your own business, you then have that high opportunity or that high risk of falling into that 20% of failed businesses that I've talked about. So we're going to look into some of the practical steps. On YouTube and other social media, I'm sure you've come across lots of different accounts where it will say 8 different steps to building a £20 million company or an 8-figure business or 7 steps and to change your life. Yes, that exists, and no, it doesn't exist. Just to let you know. It's good, but what it doesn't necessarily do is get to that part of planning and preparation beforehand, which is what I'm speaking about now. So, an important aspect to think about when you're sat there visualizing your business and thinking about it. I do quite a bit of reading as and when I can do. And there's an author called John Maxwell. He's an American author, speaker, and a pastor. And he's written many books, primarily about focusing on leadership. He discovered and said that every critical junction in a person's life, if you want to go to the next level, you don't go up by just stepping up. You've got to give something up. Did you get that? So the higher you go, the higher the price. So if you want to go to that next level, you understand that there's personal sacrifice that's involved in all of this. So what I've talked about on here with the visualization of the business, it's create a vision board and have a look at that, create that vision and have a look at these, ask yourself these practical questions. How much money realistically would you like to be making? Not the business, how much money would you like to be making before you start the business? How would running your own business improve your current life? Would it make you feel more secure, more financial freedom, these sort of things? What does it mean practically to run your own business? These are all the things. So as I said, this part we're talking about working on yourself. So you're asking yourself these questions before you even got to that point of working or getting onto the business. And the last one that I suggest, which comes as part of it, what do you know, who do you know that runs their own business, and what can you learn from them? So that now starts to look at your circle and who you know around you that are entrepreneurs or working businesses already or business owners that you can start to network with and understand practically what it means to have your own business that you can tap into. So that's one and two. So the next part is, again, working on yourself. I've got something that I call simplify to multiply. So again, if you're now looking at beginning your business, you sat there thinking about all the practical steps of it, the simplify to multiply thing that I've got in my head basically says, I want to earn X, but I'm going to start a new business, take a risk, but I've got to simplify my own personal expenses, which feeds a little bit into what Wendy was saying earlier, where you're looking back at your own costs. So now you're sort of saying, okay, I'm paying for Netflix, I'm paying for Amazon Prime, I'm paying for this, that, and the other. I'm going to be starting this new business. I don't know what it's going to involve. Maybe I need to adjust my lifestyle whilst my business is being established before I can then look to take back on everything that the business I hope will build on to be able to deliver for me. So that's why I then call this simplify to multiply. So again, I would suggest really sitting down with yourselves, asking yourselves the question, before you get on to that, starting your own business, visualize yourself in a business, ask yourself what it means, how it's going to impact you, how it's going to impact your family, how it's going to, the responsibility of having a business and what it means, and then come back down to now you're looking at your own personal finances and how can you get your own personal finances in order before you could take that next step. Yeah. So that's that part. So now we're getting on to the part of exploring business ideas, which I know partly what Sharon asked about earlier on. I suggest if you've not got a business idea already, I suggest starting off with at least 3 different ideas. So, and what you're doing with those business ideas, you're thinking about what actually works for you and what will actually work. And the way that I look at it is I think that you need to assess those 3 different business ideas through 5 different lenses. And I'll take you through those 5 different lenses that I suggest looking at it through. Passion. Will you get fulfillment from this idea? So we spoke to Ben earlier on. He's passionate about photography. That's his business idea. That's his business that he's doing. Does that give him fulfillment? Potentially, yes. If the business grows, will it still give him the same fulfillment? Don't know. Depends on the level of the stress. We come across so many people, as I mentioned earlier, that are good at baking cakes, good at sewing, good at, doing weaves and hair, but it doesn't necessarily make them a business person or make them have the business acumen to be able to turn it into a business. But they have the part of an ingredient, which is the passion. And then the talent. Do you have the skills necessary or can you learn them? Do you have the time to commit, or can you outsource the task? So you're now looking at this business idea and say, do you have the time to do it, or can you outsource some of the tasks? So I outsource a lot of the tasks within my business. Some people I've employed, some people I don't. I use things like, there's a website called Upwork and Fiverr. I use loads of freelancers for customer service, for graphics, for PPC on my website. I outsource to a lot of different places. Some things I could do, but you can't do everything. And especially when you're trying to control the amount of risk that you've taken on, you're slowly building yourself up. It's always good to, and you don't want to make that step over to employ staff straight away. Using and outsourcing some different places, and some of these websites are quite good. Money, can it pay you what you deserve? So based on your financial and what you want to get out of the business, can this business idea potentially pay it? So if you say to yourself, I want to make soup, but then you say to yourself, I want to earn 10 grand a year, well, just making soup, is that going to give you 10 grand a month, but is that going to give you 10 grand a month? What would you need to be able to do to be able to build a business making soup? And is it that you need to sell the raw ingredients or whatever it might be? So that's the next part. And does this business have the potential to scale? and control that income gap for you. So those are things. So now the next part is, now that you've looked at those 3 different ideas, the next part is the hardest part, where you're funneling those 3 ideas down into one. It's the hardest part of the stages, and what you're looking down at is you're doing what we call, you can do a SWOT analysis, which is something that you'll learn about in business management, or you might have come across the term. It's basically an assessment where you do strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And this is where you look at a business from that SWOT analysis. But on here, I've just focused on 2, the strengths and opportunities. So from this one idea that you've selected, what are the strengths and what's the opportunities? Can you do a business? Can this business be cheaper than the competition, better than the competition, or faster than the competition? Can you achieve all of those 3 things with this particular business that you're going to move forward with? So that's that one. So the next part that I've called it is fight the fear and test the idea. Failure costs. For me, the way I've looked at it, that failure in business and in life can cost you time, it can cost you money, and it can be a traumatic experience. You don't need to put your hand in fire to know that it's going to burn you. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to avoid experimenting and put all the steps in place to be able to and hence the reason why I've spoken about the things. We're putting all the things in place to overcome those elements of failure. It doesn't negate it, it reduces it, but it doesn't cancel it out completely. But what we're doing is putting those things into place to address it. So what we're doing is we're looking to address some of those fears of failure. And addressing those fears, I've basically called them red flags. So we might be fearing the unknown. We might be fearing being judged. And sometimes that can deter us from whether we move ahead with this particular business idea or not. My suggestion with this is to have these white flags against these red flags. And those white flags I'm suggesting are accountability. Surround yourself with like-minded people or individuals that can help to keep your account whilst you're going to start this journey of starting your new business. Coaching. Seek out mentorship for those who have been on the journey before. So that's another white flag. And then the other one is learning. Acquire new skills relevant to your business. So all those things that you've been fearful of, about whether the business is going to work or not, my suggestion is to have some of those white flags around you to help counteract some of those red flags that were suggested. So we've basically worked on us now. We've visualized our business. We've applied our simplify to multiply. We've looked at 3 different business ideas, not practically, I've just suggested. We've narrowed those the ideas down to 1. We've addressed our fears, and now we've selected one winning business that we're going to move forward with. So the next part of this now is looking at how to register this business. And we're basically looking to register to start as we mean to go on. There's a number of different types of business setups in the UK. The main ones, limited company, lots of people sole trader, which is a smaller, it's just you running your own business, it's not registered. Limited liability partnerships, then you can have a CIC, you can be a charity, whatever else. I'm suggesting that depending on your business, I suggest mainly looking at registering as a limited business, a limited company. When you register your business, your company is a separate entity to you. So although you own the business, it operates as a separate entity to you. And you are tasked with managing the operation of that separate entity, that separate business. So just because the business is yours and you run it, it doesn't mean, when you register as a limited company, it doesn't mean that you can just do whatever you want. Yes, you can, and no, you can't. There's still some legal protections in place that you need to adhere to. So you can do this, and it's worth getting. You can basically register your business yourself, but it's worth getting an accountant to help you potentially go through this process, or someone that's done it before. When you register your business, you register it with the Companies House, which is basically the government. And you go on the gov.uk website, you go on Companies House, and then you'll go through the process of registering the business. This is when you would have created. So, you know, when you see a limited company, you can have like, I don't know, Red Button Limited, but you can be trading as a different name. So you could be Red Button Jacket is your trading name. Do you get what I mean? So the company, the overall arching company is called Red Button Limited. That's the name of the limited company. But within that, you can have lots of trading names, which is your front of house names that consumers and your target customer will see. And all those different trading names can feed into your one limited company, depending on how you want to set up. So once you've registered your business with Companies House, you get quite a bit of mail through the post. And a lot of that will be something you call like a UTR. It's not a disease. It's your unique tax code reference. You've got to keep that safe, because that basically registers you to be able to pay your corporation tax. And you'll need to understand your obligations, because now you've registered that business and you've registered a limited company, you now become a director. So you're recognized as a director in the UK, which comes with its own obligations. As part of the other information that you might receive is an understanding that as part of your responsibilities, you could get a penalty from the government, you could get a fine, or you could be struck off being a director if you don't understand all the obligations, all the responsibilities that you've got as a business owner. So that's registering your business. In order to register a business, you need to have a registered business address. Now, I personally use my accountant's address to register a lot of my businesses, and it's common practice, most people. Some people get a virtual office, so it's an office where you can just go and register your business there. You go to the office, like MBV and some others where you can go. Or if your business trades from a physical address, then you can use that address to register your business. That could be your business address as well. So, but my suggestion would be don't use your home address to register your business. The reason why? When you register as a limited company, that's a public document. So anyone can go onto Companies House, type in your limited company name, and all your address details are on there. So this is why it's suggested having a different, using your accountant or virtual office address before you register your business. And it just gives you a lot more credibility as well, in terms of the way it looks. So now, once you've registered your address, you want to be able to now present yourself a little bit more professional. So now you're thinking about a website and your website name. You've now funneled down 3 ideas, 1 idea. You've come up with a name. Now you want to buy a domain name for that company. So for me, I try and stick to buying .coms or suggest buying .coms. The reason being, it's just got a slightly more global feel to it. The other ones I would suggest are a .co.uk, or if you're going to have a charity, then a .org. For any regional specific purposes as well. Yeah? So do you understand the domain is your website address? So you're going to be www.whatever your name is, .com or .co.uk, depending on what you're going to do. Creating your email address, the next part of it, again, the number of companies that I dealt with in the past that just use a Hotmail or a Gmail, I suggest once your domain name's registered, you get the option through Reg123 or GoDaddy, or there's other companies out there. When you buy your domain, it allows you to buy an email address as well. So you can have sarah@yourcompany or info@yourcompanyname.com. So that's, again, when you're emailing customers, they're not looking at your Hotmail, because a lot of Hotmail or Gmail can end up in spam. Whereas if you have your own limited company, it can give you a bit more credibility when you're doing your outreach to your customers and you're driving your business forward. Open a business account. So I said that this business is your own, but you need to operate it as a separate entity to you. So within that, you then have an own business bank account. So your personal funds are separate from your business. When you do all your business through your business bank account, you get your limited liability protection. That's a fancy word to basically says that your personal assets are protected. And that's the reason why it's best to do all your business trade through your business account as opposed to your personal. And the other benefit of having your business bank account means that you can get to build up your business credit rating as well. So when later on, if you need to apply for loans, grants, or you're going for investments, it's always good to have your own separate business bank account where all of those things are going through there. So next part now is just looking at your branding. So your brand is basically your distinct identity in the perception of your consumer or your target audience. You can create your brand through the right different fonts, colors, and it's about having an eye on where your business is now and where you're looking to take your business. So if you call your business Cake, and you've designed your brand based on cake, but later on you now start to do biscuits and pies and, I don't know, soft drinks or whatever, you didn't necessarily think about your branding when you were starting off at that particular start point. So this is why your brand becomes so key. And we see so many different brands within the UK and within the marketplace that are so recognizable based on just their logo. So we can see certain logos, and straight away we should be able to recognize what they are. Yeah. The healthy eaters here. Yeah. My son will recognize this one. Yeah. This one, I should have shares in this company, to be honest with you. The amount of Robux I've bought. Tesla, yeah. And this one is a real big one. That's this particular church brand logo. Probably needs a little bit of work, thinking globally, but here we go. So once you've done your logo, it's quite important, again, thinking about that bigger picture, to get it trademarked. Getting it trademarked is basically protecting your identity, protecting your brand. It basically means that if I wanted to go out and set another company up called Tesla now, I can't, because Tesla have got that protected. Their logo's protected, their trademark's protected, and I can't just go and use it. And it's the same thing with you as your own business. You can go and get your own logo trademarked, which is registered, which means that at the end of the logo, you'll be able to put like this little TM or R, and it's in a little circle, basically means that it's further credibility within your business itself. To go and register your trademark, there's a website called IPO. IPO, you just search it, ipo.uk or whatever. You do a search on a trademark search. You type the name in, and it allows you to search to see if that trademark already exists. If it doesn't, then it allows you to put the application in for you to have your own trademark. So now you've got this, you're set up as you mean to go on with everything. Now he's thinking about different forms of marketing. So we looked at branding, and now we're looking at marketing. Can someone tell me in one line what's the difference between branding and marketing? What's the difference? How's marketing different from branding? Yes-ish. Branding is your identity. Marketing is how you're going to communicate that to your target audience. It's the simplest way I can think about saying it. So how will you market to your ideal customers? What mediums will you use? And why will you use those? So if your target audience is elderly people, are you going to use Snapchat? Possibly not. You're going to probably go and advertise in the local newspaper. So it all depends. So you just need to have that idea of whoever your target audience is to understand where you're going to market those products. So based on the fact that I've told you what marketing is, can you tell me some different mediums to market? What are the different ways? I've named one already, Snapchat. Any others? TikTok. Say again? Gravy message. Radio message, yeah, sorry, yeah, radio. Any others? Instagram. These are all summarized under social media. Well, go on, Denzel. On the billboards, yeah. Go on. Okay. So some of them, social media, Google. So Google from an SEO point of view, you might hear this term in marketing called SEO. It's search engine optimization. So basically, when you've got a website, the way that that website gravitates to the top of Google, highly ranked, it's based on, again, I could do a full session on this basically, but it's based on a number of different factors that control how your website's ranked by Google and other platforms like Bing. And it's basically the strength of your domain, your website, which means you need to have keywords which relate to your business or being featured on your website to help give your website credibility. Also, your website needs to be linked to other sites that offer a link back that help boost how your website's ranked. Does it make sense? So the more your website's linked to other sites, the more credibility it gives and the more strength it gives in terms of ranking. And the more you've got words that relate to your business featuring on your site, the more credibility. So that's SEO, search engine optimization. You've got paid advertising, brand ambassadors. We see lots of celebrities or market for lots of different companies. Blogs, PR, email marketing, sponsorship. So you'll see lots of football teams do sponsorship deals. That's a form of marketing. So when you see Adidas sponsoring a football team, they pay hundreds of millions to be just featuring on the little logo of that football t-shirt. But for them, for Adidas, it's massive advertising and massive marketing for them as well. So that's on your marketing plan. So just another one is quite important, to track all your expenses. Again, practical guide, some of it's teaching you how to suck eggs, but it's just important to know and understand, because later on when you come back to do all your accounts, you're going to need to have all this information. So if you spend any money related to starting your business, you've bought pens, you've built the website, you've bought some stock, all of these are expenses that relate to the business. And even if before you've started your business, before you've opened your business account and you've spent some of those in your personal account, just keep the receipts and your accountant gets them at the end of the year, and then you could still submit all of those. It depends on that 1 year accounts. Yeah, that 1 year accounts that you're going to submit, then you can put it in. So, so then just track your expenses, keep a hold of all your receipts before you get the business bank account. Again, the reason why this is important, the business is a separate entity, it's a separate thing to you. So if, let's say for example, before you start your business, you spend £500 on working on your business, the business owes you that money back. So even though you own the business, your business owes you that money back. So you need to be able to put that as an expense to the business so that you can claim it back through the business. So that's the reason for that. And then the other one is just registering with HMRC. HMRC used to be Her Majesty's, His Majesty's Revenue and Customs. This is basically the tax man. So you know how I mentioned earlier, when you register the business, you get a UTR, unique tax reference. That's to identify the business. You'll need that code now to go and register with HMRC. What I'm trying to do is teach you how to set yourself up for success. Because lots of people, to be fair, you could go and start a business without doing any of this and then try and retrospectively apply it later on. But this is when we then get back to those 7 Ps that I referred to earlier on. So this is just trying to help you with those sort of things. And then the other thing is VAT, to try and track when you hit the VAT threshold. Do you know what VAT is? Value added tax. This is basically a tax from the government. It's around about 20%. So the threshold at the moment is 90,000. So basically what I mean by that is when your business, the turnover, the money that your business has made, has hit 90,000, you are now obligated to pay the government 20% of that in tax. Now, the way you prepare for that is you charge the 20% extra to know that you've got to claim it back. But also, once you've done that, once you're VAT registered, if you buy anything and what you buy has got VAT in, you can claim the VAT back from the government as well. So once you're VAT registered, you can claim your VAT back on things that you've bought, but then you also need to pay VAT on anything that you've sold. I hope I've explained that clearly. Thank you. I'm glad you're here, by the way. So that's registering with HMRC. And that for me, in terms of, I'm going to talk a little bit about funding, but I'm only going to talk on it very lightly in terms of so many people come to me and say, oh, how can you fund a business? For me personally, when I first got started, my 9 to 5 funded my 5 to 9. And then once my 5 to 9 started to overtake, then it was like a bit of a circle. Do you get what I mean by that, hopefully? So my day job helped me to fund, because here's the thing. But then I'm going to tell you, I've met some top business people along the way, and it was like, never start a business with your own money. So I was like, well, yes I do and yes I don't, depending on the sort of level that you're doing. So the 9 to 5, you can look at grants, you can look at loans, business startup loans, but this requires you to have a business plan where you need to have full details of what your business is, how you're looking to scale your business, how you're going to do that. You've got to have a cash flow forecast. So basically, you've got to model what you predict the amount of business that you're going to do over a certain period of time. So you've got to predict what you think the business is going to do and model that out. And you've got to include all of that on a business plan. And so you can take all of that information and you can go to the business startup. There's a company, business startups online. You've got Funding Circle. There's a number of them that you can go and look into. There's lots of different grants that you can look into depending on the industry you're looking at, where you can look at different funding. I'm sure someone later on is going to cover so many other business and funding types. But for me personally, this is the one. I've never looked at tapping into an investor because I talk about two different sorts of businesses. And I've mentioned it earlier on where I said you've got a lifestyle business and then you've got a performance business. Generally, if you include VC and big boy investors, venture capitalists, city boys, they will look to want a return on their investment and very quickly. So they will want something, they want to be involved in a performance business that's looking to scale and sell so they can get a return on their investment pretty quickly. Whereas for me, personally, based on when I've gone through all of these steps on what does a business mean to me, how does it affect me, how does it affect my lifestyle, I've wanted lifestyle businesses, ones that I've got the freedom and flexibility to be able to spend time with my family, go to, basically live to work, as opposed to work to live. I don't know if I said that correctly. Strike that off the tape if I didn't. But basically, that's the way I'm looking at it. I don't want my job or my work to overcome or overtake myself. But at the same time, I look at having my own business as another form of generational wealth as well. So ownership for me is quite important. So again, if I looked at the investor's route and I was thinking about generational wealth, whilst you might achieve the figures to sell the business and bring that in, there's also an element of it where I like the ownership of it, where you can potentially pass down to family if you wanted to, or whatever it might be. So that's basically me in a nutshell in terms of all I've got to talk about. I hope you've got something out of it. I hope I've tried to be as clear as possible. I haven't bored you, and I don't know if I stuck to 45 minutes or not, Alicia, but have you got any questions for me? Yeah, I would say, go ahead. In terms of family or so as I mentioned earlier, so being in the furniture industry, for example, you never know how the life circle is going to turn. So I've worked alongside people that have then gone on to manage me, or I've then gone on to manage them, or I've then gone on to sell to them, or they've gone on to sell to me. So it's the relationships have changed along the way. Image is key. So let's say, for example, I'm going to touch into something. No, I'm not going. I was going to do some politics talk, but you never talk politics. But yeah, so managing those relationships is key because you just never know how things are going to turn. And just having some form of immerse yourself in your particular industry. So for me, furniture, I'll go to all the different industry furniture shows. I'll go to all the different workshops. I'll try and get to connect to all the networking events. My name is Nathaniel Edwards, but I brand myself professionally as Nathan Edwards, and that's how people know me professionally. And if I'm going to say, from a slight cultural point of view, in my furniture industry, I'm the only black man that has been at my level for the last 20 years that I've been in the industry. And I've had to keep myself good in all of that time because I've shown up. When I show up, people notice that I'm there. So that's put more on me in terms of the way I am. So yeah, relationships, and in terms of family and everything else, I've been fortunate where through the freedom, once the business is established, it's an understanding that family need to understand that when you're getting that business started, it's a lot, and you've got to put that time in. As I said with this John Maxwell quote that I said, you've got to give up before you go up. And you've got to invest that time in, and unless you do, there's no such, we have to learn to have delayed gratification, and sometimes YouTube and social media teach you to have instant, and it just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Not for everyone. There's some people that it does, but then for others, you've got to put the work in. So I hope that's answered your question. Yeah, go ahead. So when do you know to pivot or change whether that business is working? I read so much post in terms of news articles. I look at what's going on in the world, and then you start to look at trends. So let's say, for example, now, if my business was writing blogs, and I've been doing this for the last 10 years. And then all of a sudden, I'm hearing about this early stage thing of something called AI. It should wake me up to start thinking, AI, what is that? Will that affect me? Will that affect my business? How can I incorporate it in what I do? And if so, do I need to go and start doing all my learning and up my skill set from now? And that's what sometimes happens. Things get left too late, and you have to get forced into a change as opposed to being proactive and trying to do a change. So that's what I would suggest. It's sort of keeping abreast, keeping up to date with what's going on, movements in technology, movements in, let's say, for example, you've got a food company. Keep up to date with different diets. If you notice trends, people become more health conscious. It's about pivoting to now say, what are the new opportunities that I can tap into within this? So, and then you'll get an understanding, you'll get a feel. And guess what? There'll be times when you won't know and you'll get caught out and it will just be too late. But what that would have done is taught you. So the next time you then go around. Because here's the thing. I said that I failed a couple of times. But what that failure does is that doesn't reset me back to day zero. That resets me back to where I was before. Because everything that I've learned and gained in that experience that I've done in that time is not taken away. So then when I liquidated my first company, I've now got contacts with liquidators. I've got bad boy solicitors now. My accountant's good, so I've now expanded my team as a result of going through that, and I now understand the process better, and I understand how to avoid certain things better as well. So failure is never something, again, even if you're too late to do that change, failure is not something to be worried about because you can. Colonel Sanders, who started KFC, 65. He got rejected over 1,000 times trying to sell his recipe for his KFC chicken. At 88, became a billionaire. So, it's never too late from that point of view. Steve Jobs, rejected a number of times, actually fired from his own business. He was co-founder of Apple and got fired from Apple, went to set another company up, did that. Apple then came back and bought his new company and brought him back into Apple. And then he helped to revolutionize that business to what we know and see today. So there's so many different things and different ways, and I hope you've got something out of today. Yeah? Oh, sorry, let's... That's a good question. Yeah, thank you for bringing me to that in this setting. But the eyes of the Lord and my dad are watching now. I was always taught that in order to have a relationship with God, you need to go a bit closer. So I heard this story one time where a dad and a daughter were in a car talking. The dad was sat at the front, and the daughter said, "Dad, how do I hear from God?" And the dad said, he started whispering, and the daughter had to go a bit closer, and had to go a bit closer. And he goes, "That's how you do it. You need to get a little bit closer to him." So in my journey, I'll admit, I've not always maintained that closeness and relationship with God in order to be able to make those right decisions at the time that I've needed to. Learning from those sort of things now and improving my relationship with God and getting closer, then yes, I do look and seek for that advice and guidance from the Holy Spirit. And guess what? You don't get a yes and no all the time. Sometimes you've just got to go and run with it. So I was taught, if you can't do something brave, do it scared. But always just push forward and try it. Yeah? So hopefully you get something out of that.
Thank you so much, Nathan. I think we've all taken a lot from that. I think that the 7 Ps were great, and I think what we got from it is that planning is so important, preparation is so important, and this can be in absolutely anything, not just business. So you want to plan, you want to prepare to improve your chances of success. And I think, even talking about brand identity is so important. Like, how do people view your brand personally, and how do people view the company's brand that you want to start? That is so important. And how do you see yourself? Well, our next speaker, Luigi Newton, I know Luigi from school, and he's going to be coming to talk about getting started in property and investing. Luigi's got a multi-million-pound property portfolio, and Luigi's brand in school was, I think it's fair to say, it was quite negative. People wrote him off because of his actions, his behavior, and he'll share his story with you himself. But he has shifted and changed his brand identity. And so it's great to have Luigi with us to share his journey and to talk to us about how we can get involved in property and just leave inspired and empowered. So I'm just going to welcome Luigi.
Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's crazy, guys. We was in the same class at school. Me and Alicia was in the same class. So my name's Luigi Newton, 29 years old, from Nottingham, born and raised here. And I've now got a property portfolio, which is worth £6.9 million. It's 29 properties. They're all dotted around Nottingham. So they're not, all in the city centre. Some are in Worksop, Long Eaton, Ilkeston, Mansfield, Radford. They're all dotted around, guys. And today, I want to leave you guys with action steps on how you guys can get started in property. I'm very blunt talking, okay? So if I'm too direct, please forgive me, but I just say it how it is. And there's lots of, people online when it comes to property. They're like, it's easy, you could do this. There's a lot of, people that tell lies online on YouTube, on Instagram. My whole brand and ethos has been about being authentic. I want to be known as the realest property person online, okay? Now, I'm speaking about online because I built the whole business through social media. Because I started out with only £6,000, okay? So I started out with £6,000, and I was able to get onto the property ladder by using a 10% deposit, okay? So I used a 10% deposit, had £6,000, and I basically scraped together another £6,000. So I had 12,000. I borrowed this off different people, friends, family, and I gave them back a 10% interest rate on top of their money. And that's what allowed me to have the initial deposit for the first property. The first one was in Radford. Does anyone know Radford? Well, I'm sure you guys do know Radford. Silly question. But that was my first one. It was in Radford. It was on Waterloo Promenade, just off Alfton Road. That was my first property. It was a 3-bed. I purchased it from someone that needed a quick sale. So guys, when you're looking to buy maybe your first property, or maybe you've already got your first, you're looking for your second, you need to try and find opportunities. Okay, so we're not just going out there and viewing one house and then buying it. That's not what we do. We want a deal. Okay? All of the 29 I've done, they've all been deals. And that's what we look for. By the end of today, you'll know what I mean by, is it a deal or not? Okay? So, just want to add in, God first. I'm a strong believer, got a good relationship with God, and I've always prayed about different stuff. So it's a great question the young lady asked over there about how do you know if something's right? You know, it's a great question. And I think it's all about, for me anyway, praying about it and also following your instinct. Because I think that's God leading you, you know? So the first one, I purchased it from a desperate seller. He needed a quick sale, and I was there. But I viewed 40 different properties before I got that first one, okay? It was roughly 40, I don't know the exact figure, but it was around 40 properties I viewed before I got that first one, because I knew I had to get the first one right. I had to get it right. The urgency was there. I knew it was going to be very hard if I messed this first one up. So the urgency was there, and what I would say to you guys is, when you're in a position to buy something, to buy a property, you need that urgency. You need to get obsessed. And this is what I live by. Be obsessed or be average. That's my mindset. So I'm really trying to study. Even to this day, I'm 7 years into my journey. My first one, I got it when I was 22. So yeah, 7 years, yeah. So before I even bought that first house, I was studying like a crazy person. I'm talking about hours. You know, every single night I'll be studying. All my free time, studying, watching YouTubes, podcasts, reading books about property. I was just trying to soak in as much information as I could. And I've kept to that. And it's about having a student mindset. So guys, today, take some notes. If anything stands out to you, take some notes. But what I do, guys, is I do YouTube, I do Instagram, TikTok, I do it all. And I'll come on to how that's led me to get to where I am today. So the first one, I purchased it for 125 grand, but it was worth 150 grand, okay? When I was doing all of these viewings, I was putting in cheeky offers. So say if the house was worth, if it was listed for like 130, I maybe would offer 115, 110, that kind of thing. This one was listed for 140, but it was worth about 150. But I managed to buy it for 125 because the guy wanted a quick sale and he was pretty desperate to sell. He was in a financial difficulty, so I said, right, let me buy it for this price. So I bought the first one and I then refinanced it, okay, a year later. So refinance, that's basically when you get the bank to come back out to the property and they'll tell you its new value. So they'll tell you, right, this is how much it's worth. And they said 150. So what that meant for me is that I was able to pull out around £18,000, okay? So I was able to pull out £18,000 on that refinance, all right? And that allowed me to get my second property. Okay, so you do make the money when you buy. So that's one crucial thing. You make the money when you buy. Now, guys, as I'm talking, what I want you to do is go onto YouTube and type in LN Capital, L for Lima, N for November, and then the word capital. I've got a YouTube channel. I want you to see how I do it on YouTube, okay? So the YouTube channel, the Instagram, that's how I've grown the business. Literally is that, it's being consistent. I've been so consistent on social media, and I'm so glad I did it. I'm so glad. When I started out, I saw lots of people online, and I thought, that's a sweet spot. I know what they're doing. They're getting investors from social media. Okay, they're getting investors from social media. That's what I do, and that's what's allowed me to go from starting out, you know, from my first property to now having the 29, is I work with investors and something called joint venture partners. Now, there's two ways of working with investors. The first way, which I do think is much more, is riskier, in my opinion, is basically you're taking a loan from an investor. Now, in my early years, I started doing that, and thank God I was able to pay back those loans. Everyone is now paid off, but there was some times where I was scared. I was like, oh no, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay back the investors. So it's a real thing. We have to be super careful. And what you'll do is you'll borrow funds from an investor, and essentially you'll pay them back on a fixed interest rate. So you might borrow, say, £20,000 on a 10% interest rate, so you would give them back £22,000. Now that could be over a 1-year period, can be over a 2-year period. If any of you guys are to do that strategy, I'd recommend you try and do it over 2 years or longer, because you have a lot of pressure to pay them back, okay? So when we refinance the property, then we can pay back the investor if everything goes smoothly, okay? So I started doing those with small amounts, like say £8,000 here, £6,000 here, and that got me my first few properties, but I realized there must be a better way. I always had that hunger, that drive. Alicia knows from school days I was always, you know, doing little businesses and things like that. But before we go on to, you know, working with investors more and joint ventures, I just wanted to explain to you guys a bit about myself. Because in school, I was a very, anxious kid. You know, I thought the whole world was against me. I was lost. I was really lost. I actually got permanently expelled from school, which is what Alicia was referring to about having kind of a bad reputation in school, and I've turned it around. Got expelled from school, and I really struggled with the written side, but I realized my strength was business from very early on. So fast forward, I went to college, I did business in college. They also kicked me out, not for bad behavior, but because I couldn't keep up with the work. Because it was very written work, which I'm not good at because I've got dyslexia. For me, my strengths is relationships, working with investors, marketing, things like that. That's kind of my strengths in business, what's helped me massively. So if anyone's in school struggling, we've got some young people in the room, there are other ways to be successful without going down that route. Now, of course, it's important, you know, get your education 100%, but there are other routes in life that you can go down. Some great points you shared about starting a business, working with an accountant, having a power team. 100% agree with that. You know, having the right people around you is crucial. It really is. So to all the young people, if you've got bad friends, cut them off, because it will hold you back. You want to be around friends that lift you up when you're around them. They're positive. You know, they want you to do big things, and they're doing stuff themselves. You know, if you're around negative people, it will drag you down. It really will. So that's one thing I implemented. When I was 18, my whole teenage years, I was just mixed up in stupidness. I really was. But then, when I was 18, my best friend did something stupid and went to prison for a long time. So he got in a fight, ended up taking someone's life. And for me, that was a wake-up call. It was a massive wake-up call for me. I said to myself, I can either go two ways. I can go down this path, or I can be something with myself. And that was the moment. And in life, I do think we come across lots of these moments, you know, where we're at a crossroads. And it's those times that are so important because it's make or break, you know. So make the right choice in those moments. I'm so glad I did. Property now, having 29 properties, they're not just normal family homes. They're actually HMOs. Now, HMO, it stands for House of Multiple Occupants. It's basically where you take a normal house and you rent it out on a room by room by room by room by room basis. Okay, so you rent it out individually. The reason why I love that strategy is because we're housing more people, so there's a massive shortage of housing, especially affordable housing, affordable accommodation. I do believe I'm helping that problem, that issue. That's one reason. Second reason is because on a business level, it makes a lot of sense. You know, on a normal family home that you buy, you rent out, you might make £200 profit per month. You might do really well, make, say, £500 profit per month. On HMOs, it's typically always above, say, £1,000 profit per month. So I realized that early on, and all of mine have all been HMOs, except for one, which is a Airbnb in Mansfield, which also does really well. So I think the old school property investor would buy a property, do it up, rent it to a family, refinance it. In my opinion, that strategy now, it doesn't work as well as it did years and years ago. Okay, property prices have jumped up massively. So that's why we do the HMOs. So with HMOs, there are lots of rules and regulations. If you guys check out my YouTube channel, you can learn a lot on there. I go in depth into HMOs, and you can learn about them more on there. So working with investors and joint venture partners, that has allowed me to scale up. So when I say scale up, I just mean if you're starting out with little to no money and you want to get, 10 houses, 20 houses or more, then you are going to have to get creative and think, right, how can you get more and more properties? For me, started out borrowing funds from investors, like I said, but then I realized there's another way, there's a better way of doing it, and that's something called joint ventures. Now, I learned this from an older guy that was on YouTube called Sajid Hussain. Check him out as well on YouTube, he is actually really good. So I was in about my second year in property. So I was about, 24 years old? And I saw him say something, resonated with me, joint ventures. What it is you team up with an investor, and instead of borrowing money from the investor, you actually make a business with that investor. So you'd open a new company, you'd both be directors of the company, and you'd be 50-50 shareholders of that company. And what it is, guys, is the investor, the joint venture partner, they'll put in all of the money into the deal. So they might put, say, £120,000 into the actual deal, like the property deal. You don't put any money in yourself, but you do all of the work. Okay, so you find the deal, you find the property you're building, you manage the full renovation process, which they will be funding. You manage the property managers. So once you've purchased the property, you've renovated it, you will make sure that the property managers are doing their job, okay? And then you split the profit 50-50. This is just how I do it, guys. You can structure it differently. Maybe there'll be 70%, you'll be 30%. But it's worked really well for myself, okay? And the monthly profit, that's what you would split 50-50, okay? When you refinance the property, So once you've bought it, renovated it, rented it out, you get the bank to come back out and they'll tell you the property's new value. So you might have bought it for 100K, spent 50K on it, and now it might be worth, say, £210,000. So when you refinance the property, you can pull out a big chunk of money which would come into your company bank account tax-free because it's increasing your loan amount. So you're increasing your mortgage amount, but you've got a big chunk of capital coming back into your bank account. And that would go back to the joint venture partner, okay? But the monthly profit is what I would kind of gain from that situation or what you guys could gain from it. Okay, now on these HMO deals, the monthly profit, some of the properties, the monthly profit's like £2,200 per month. So you end up walking away with, say, 1,100 per month from one property, which is life-changing. It really is. Now, guys, I want to open it up to a question and answer, okay? But I'm just going to touch on a few more things and then we'll open it up. So I want it to be interactive. That's right, don't we? We don't need the slides. So guys, HMOs, there's a thing called Article 4. Article 4 is basically a planning restriction, which says you can't make new HMOs in certain areas. Okay, so the whole Nottingham city boundary is all Article 4. It's all covered by the Article 4. So what my strategy has been to buy outside of the Article 4 areas. Okay, so we touched on some areas. An area I'm focused on right now, there's no gatekeeping here, guys. I will tell you like it is, what it is. Works up. Cheap properties, we're talking 100K, 85K, 90K, these kind of cheap properties. I'll buy them, I'll turn them into, say, 4 beds, 4-bed HMOs, 5 beds, 6 beds. Sometimes I'll go bigger. So I'm working on a 9-bed HMO with a big commercial unit at the bottom as well. The commercial unit, you can lease that to a business, so you can rent it to a business. So, but they're the typical deals I do. I'll turn, say, a 3-bedroom house into, say, a 4-bed HMO or a 5-bed HMO. Now, that's Article 4. Okay, now, to find out if an area is Article 4, say if you find a property and you want to find out, right, is it Article 4 or not, all you need to do is go on to the website of where the property is located. So say, for example, if it's in Hucknall, then you go into Ashfield Council, and they'll have a map on there which shows if there's any Article 4. If it's in Nottingham city boundary, you know it is going to be Article 4, okay? Some areas like West Bridgford, for example, no Article 4. So I've got a 7-bedroom HMO there. Only thing with West Bridgford is the price is obviously higher. So that's how you find out the areas. Now, if you want to make a big HMO, like a 7-bed, 8-bed, or more, you have to apply for planning permission, all right, which is something I do. So I've got about 3 big HMOs, 7-bed and 2 8-beds, and I'm buying this one, which I'm going to try and make into a 9-bed as well. So you have to apply for planning permission. It's much more headachy. And if you're starting out, you want to keep it simple. I think one of the best deals you can do if you're starting out is a 4-bed HMO. Very easy. You buy a property in a non-Article 4 area, for example, Hucknall, Mansfield, Worksop, Long Eaton. You buy a 3-bedroom house, and a lot of the time they'll have a nice big living room and a nice big kitchen, and they'll have a dining room. All you need to do, turn the dining room into a bedroom. Very simple. I've always thought to myself, Luigi, keep it simple. I don't want to stress. You know, let's try and do simple deals. Now, obviously, I'm more advanced. Now I'm getting into more complex deals. But that is very achievable. 4-bed HMO. Now, most 4-bed HMOs, they should earn you over £800 profit per month. Okay? Some of them make more, like £1,200 profit per month on a 4-bed HMO. Okay? Now, with HMOs, you have to add in things like fire doors, smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. The room sizes, that's another thing. The rooms have to be a certain size. It's usually 8 square meters for HMO rooms. So I hope this is all making sense, guys. I know there's a lot of information here. But that's a little bit on HMOs. Now, we've touched on joint ventures, investors, we've touched on HMOs, but I want to open it up, guys. You can ask me anything to do with property. Don't be shy as well. You can ask me difficult questions, tough questions, if anyone's got any questions about it, about property. Anybody? Yep. Oh, cool. Do you want this one? Let me give you this one. Yeah. Guys, please don't be shy. Just ask me anything, literally.
In terms of HMOs, is it just Nottingham City, or is it like all like Gedlin as well? Because I live in Gedlin, and so it does kind of fall into the city, but it's not part of the city council.
So, in terms of that, you can make a HMO in Gedlin. Okay, so you can make a new HMO in Gedlin, 100%. But what you want to do is, to be safe, you just want to check online. So there's a thing called the Article 4 map. And you can just Google that, and it will show you the areas that are covered by the Article 4. So if the property is in Article 4, don't buy it, don't do it. It can land. The first property I bought was in Article 4. It was a massive mistake. I didn't understand Article 4. And eventually, the council came knocking and said, you need to apply for planning permission because it's in Article 4. So I just sold it. Luckily, I made a nice, profit from selling it because the market went up in the 2 or 3 years I owned it. So always check that, guys. You can just Google it. Just type in the area, type in Article 4, and it will show you a map, and you can just see if the property's in there. And if you can't find the map, just email planning permission. Send them the address. Say, can I make this into a 4-bed HMO, 5-bed, 6-bed? That's the best way of doing it. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool.
Thank you. Inspiring talk. Thank you very much for coming. Right, my question's a bit more business. So with your setup with your investor, did you have a contract between the two of you that shows now that you can't have a conflict of interest? Or can you still have your own separate limited company that all your profits you're making, you've got your own projects going off on the side?
So for me, how I do it is basically each joint venture that I do, I'll make a new limited company for each one. So I'll make a new limited company so I can still have all my other limited companies. So I've actually got like over 20 companies. Each of them own either one property or a couple. And then I've got my main company, which is LN Capital. That's where all of my ones are. So I've got about 4 that are just me. And then the rest are all joint ventures. If I started out with like 2 mil or a couple million, I would have done them all on my own. But obviously I didn't, so yeah. And then in terms of a contract, yes, 100%. So whenever I'm working with an investor, I always have a contract in place. That just spells out all the terms, basically. So yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Does anyone else want to answer? Oh.
We'll come back to you.
This is less so to do with business and more to do with the person you had to become to obviously get to where you are. But as your income has increased, how have you managed like your expectations, what you expect of yourself, and also the accountability? How has that changed as your income has increased? Because naturally, it's not the same as you were going to be when you first started compared to now. And also, do you feel more responsible for the people around you now that you are most likely more financially stable?
So what it is I'm obsessed with self-development. So for me, like, especially over the last 3 years, I had a massive growth spurt in my businesses when I really got obsessed with self-development. I was undisciplined, I was undisciplined in a lot of ways, and it was affecting my life. And I said to myself, Luigi, what is your weak points in life? Okay, let's fix it. So that's my mindset, is like a constant pursuit of getting better each day. So this is things like fitness, food, who I'm around, making sure I'm disciplined in all areas. In terms of accountability, you know what it is? I feel like I've always been very, very focused on what I'm doing and the growth. Naturally, friends fall off throughout the process. That's part of it. You know, I do think like the more successful you get, it kind of feels like for me that my circle's got smaller because I've had to let certain people go, cut them out of my life or distance myself. And I'd say to anyone, especially the younger people in the room, really watch your friends and think, are they a good influence on you? You know, are your friends helping you grow, or are they holding you back? And if they are holding you back, they've got to go, cut them off. So yeah, does that kind of answer the last bit? Yeah, cool. Guys, any more questions?
Have you, sorry, have you like ever gave up on a business because you feel like it's not working right, then go to another one and then go back to your old business realizing that that one was the one for you?
100%, 100%. And you know what I call that? Pivoting. So like, you know, like you have to pivot your strategy sometimes. So the goal will still be the same, but sometimes your strategy will change on how you get to that goal. So I've tried so many different businesses and failed. Some of them made money, but some of them I was having to put in so much energy and work for not too much money that I just said it's not worth it. Something else must be better. So that's, obviously when I did the property thing, I just knew it. The first one worked. It worked well. It changed my financial situation completely. And that's when I said, right, let me just go hard on this business. So when you find something that works, rinse and repeat it and just keep pushing onto that business. But yeah, you are going to get failures, 100%. But it's about, you know, can you just roll with the punches and keep going and like be mentally tough? Because it's not easy. Business in general, I think no matter what business you're in, you are going to come across obstacles, and it's just about how you deal with it. So yeah, hopefully that answers it. Yeah.
Hello? Okay. Hi. I appreciate your realness, 'cause I can feel it up here. So I appreciate your honesty. Okay, so you sort out a property, okay? It's empty, you renovate it. How do you get the people in? And how do you advertise? And are you linked to a charity to get the people in, if you get what I'm saying?
100%, yeah, great question. So in terms of the tenants, I've got different property types. So all of mine are HMOs, 28 HMOs and 1 Airbnb property. In terms of the management of the tenants, I have no involvement. Yeah, so it's all outsourced. Just like you were saying as well about you want to outsource tasks that you're not as good at. So my first 3, I was managing them myself, and I was terrible at it. Like, I would be losing the tenancy agreements. I wasn't sure who was paying what. It was a mess. It was a real mess. So I said to myself, Luigi, outsource this. Get property managers involved. So my different properties, obviously there's the Airbnb one, but all of the others, they're a combination of working professionals and social housing properties. So the working professional ones is basically like normal working class people that, you know, a range of different jobs. My properties is normally, I try and make them very nice, but normally the rents for each room is about £470 per month, all bills included. 450, some of them more, like, you know, 550. The max one I think is like 625, but that's because it's got its ensuite bathroom and a kitchenette. But most of my property, my rooms in my HMOs, they rent for about 460, 470. But property managers deal with all of that. So if someone moves out, they find me a new tenant, and the property managers, guys, they take 10% management fee of the total income per month. So say if the total income is, say, £3,000, they'll take £300 per month. So you have to factor that in when you're running your numbers on a deal, 100%. The social housing ones, that is probably my favorite tenant type, the social housing ones. Because what I'll do is I'll buy the property, I'll speak with the social housing provider. So I work with like 3 different providers. One of them is a local one, and 2 of them are like national organizations. They are desperate for properties, desperate, because there's such a demand, you know. So social housing, what I'll do is I'll take a property, I'll renovate it to the social housing provider's standard. So I'll find out how do they want me to renovate this property, because they're quite strict on what they want. And I'll do those works to the property, and then I'll lease the property to the provider. And the great thing about that strategy is they cover all the bills. They cover all the maintenance. They give you a long lease, typically 5 to 7 years. So you know exactly how much money you're going to get per month. Whereas with the working professional ones, it's up and down, because you've got maintenance issues that crop up. Some people might not pay on time. Some people might move out, and you have to get a new tenant in, so there's like a handover period. So the social housing ones is very passive. It's literally every month, you know how much you're going to get. You don't get hit with any bills, any maintenance issues. So it's perfect. That is a great strategy. But they are very strict with what the properties that they want in terms of how you do them up. So the council, say their strictness level is here, the social housing providers are like here.
So you get job satisfaction for helping the community, basically?
100%. 100%. And I feel like I'm doing a good thing. I try and make them really nice, the properties as well. Now, don't get me wrong, they're all not going to be luxury HMOs. But I try and make them nice, you know. So, yeah.
Okay, my questions might be a bit confusing, so apologies in advance. But
right.
You know how you said a lot of your properties are HMOs and you've turned them from like a family home to a HMO. Do you not feel that potentially there's families out there who could have fit into that 4-bedroom house, but instead, because it's more profit to put 4 individuals in there, that there's like potentially a mum with like 3 kids, maybe even 4, that's now in a refuge instead of that home? But not to call you out, it's more just like a lot of landlords shy away from housing people on DSS. So my question is more, what makes landlords shy away from DSS and housing a family and pushes them towards like just making profit?
Yeah, 100%. It's a great question. What I would say is basically the rules are made by the government. So I think that business people will adapt to the government's rules. Now, because the property prices are so expensive to buy, and a lot of the time we'll have to spend a lot of money on the property, like 50 grand, 40 grand, 60 grand. Construction prices are going up as well. Cost of living is going up. So for me to buy like a normal family home, rent it to, say, a family or a DSS tenant, that kind of thing, the numbers just don't add up. And it's impossible to like stack the deal for me. Whereas with the HMOs, it is way more profitable. But we are still housing, you know, individual tenants. So I get that question a lot on TikTok. It's normally a bit more aggressive. And the way that they say it, they're like, you're the reason why I can't buy a home. But I do think as well is the fact that a lot of the properties I buy, they've been on the market for, say, 3-4 months, sometimes longer, and first-time buyers can't buy that property because it needs like a 50K renovation. So I'll come in, and yeah, I do rent it to individual tenants or lease it to social housing, but at least the property's like being purchased and it's not just sitting empty, rotting away. Yeah.
That makes sense. Do you think that the problem of the properties being so high and constructions work being so high is because like the first person who decided to do the buy, refinance and then renovate kind of made that problem, and then other people saw, oh, this is a good avenue to make money, so then everybody tries to do it, and then now nobody can like afford that rent, because I know the government pay like what, $650 per family for a house, and then obviously to make your money back you'd need somebody who's in there paying $1,500. So do you think the problem arose from the first person who tried to do that?
You know what, I think the biggest change really, because there was a lot of property investors, they was doing like family homes, but they basically changed the tax rules. So the government changed the tax on landlords. So now, that's what's made people, well, like myself, go to different strategies such as HMOs. Because when they changed these tax rules, it basically meant that the landlords were coming out with like no profit, because they'd get taxed on the total income rather than the profit. Because they used to get taxed on, say you're making £500 profit a month from a family home, you used to get taxed on that amount, but now you get taxed on the full amount. The full amount, basically. So you can't like, you know, write certain things off. So I think that's what the biggest shift was. I don't know what year it came in, but it's been in for a long time now. And that's why people say buy-to-let is dead. But I do buy-to-let HMO, which is not dead, it's alive. That's all right.
I have two questions based on two things that you mentioned that from your childhood. So the first one is, with you being excluded from school and the path that you first went down, is there any skills or talents that you realize you had that you misused that you're now able to use for good, is my first question.
Yeah, okay, shall I answer that one first then? Yeah. So, in terms of my talents, when I was in school days, I didn't even really understand my own strengths. My confidence was super low. From the outside, people might not have known that, but I had very low confidence, and that's why I was more like the bullying kind of guy, which is a massive regret in my life, to be honest. But I was that insecure, my confidence was that low that I would try and make other people feel down to make myself feel better, you know? But obviously when I got older, I kind of realized my strengths is, I feel like I'm a people person. So I knew that I need to do something to do with people. Obviously business is all about relationships. So if you do see yourself as a people person, you really want to consider getting into business. You're going to be dealing with, you know, customers, investors. For me, my whole day-to-day is speaking with people. I speak with lots of people every day. My work is very social. So that's my strength, I realized, but I didn't realize that until like, you know, after college, maybe when I was like 19, 20. So yeah, that's one strength, and the other thing as well is creativeness. I kind of knew I was creative when I was younger, because I always liked music, art, drama. I used to love those subjects in school. So I knew that I was creative. And in my business today, I'm 100% creative. I come up with ideas and strategies on how to make certain deals work. I do the social media stuff, which is all about, you know, making really great videos. You have to be creative so people watch them. Thumbnail art and TikToks and all this stuff. You can really use your creativeness for your business. And that's kind of what I did. So, yeah, I think that answers it, yeah. That was a tough question.
Thank you. My second question is, you mentioned about your journey with prayer and putting God first.
Yeah.
How would you say your relationship with God has changed from being in school to now, and what do you think is the church's role linked to housing?
Okay, so the first part, I feel like when you feel like you've got a purpose, every day when I wake up, I feel that purpose and I feel that driving force and that drive, because I know that I'm doing something that I should be doing, which ultimately is my purpose, which is, you know, creating housing for people in an ethical way, making really nice accommodations as well. So that drives me. that drives me forward. And also, I now teach people about property. So like I have like mentees that I train up, give them a training and mentoring program, and that is also helping them as well. So that feels good. You know, when you see someone that's, a lot of the time, they might come to me, they say, right, I'm in a job, I've got a family, I'm working flat out, I don't have that time and location freedom, I have to show up to work every day, and I'm working long hours. They'll come to me, I'll train them up on property, they get a few deals under their belt, and then they're gone. They've left their full-time jobs that they hated. That feeling there is great because I actually feel like I'm helping people. So my purpose is there, and when it comes to my relationship with God, I just pray a lot, basically. That's what I would say. Like, I pray a lot, I meditate. I'm a big believer in the law of attraction as well. So I like visualize what I want from life. And my big thing is I focus on what I want rather than what I don't want. So that's been like a mindset thing for me. Because if you focus on what you don't want, if you focus on the negative, you will attract more negativity. Whereas me, I try and focus on what I want, and then it will come to me. And it does, it really works. But I got the law of attraction thing completely wrong. I used to be looking at a picture of like a Ferrari and just doing no action to get there. But then I realized you have to put in the work. I still don't have a Ferrari, but hopefully I will one day. But yeah. And then the role of church and of housing. The role of the church when it comes to housing, to be honest, I don't really know. I don't know. I don't even want to speak on it because I don't know. Yeah. It's a tough one, that is. Yeah, but I do think the government are in control, you know, when it comes to like the whole housing market. They're in control. They're the ones that are calling the shots, but, you know, there's ways, there's strategies, there's things that work. So it's just about making it work. But a lot of people have like a victim mindset where they're like, oh, the tax, no, there's too much tax that you have to pay, I'm just not going to do it. It's like a victim mentality. Well, I see a lot. People have that in all different walks of life, a victim mindset, but I think definitely if you've got friends that are like that, cut them off, you know. Guys, is there any other questions? Yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry, the mic's not on. Alicia, are you able to get the mic on, please? Thank you.
Yeah, two questions. The first, you did say you started your business with £6,000.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you where you got it,
Yeah.
but at such a young age, is there any way you could advise somebody who wants to get on the property ladder how to maintain or to get a capital?
Yeah, 100%. So I can tell you how I got it. So basically, I was working in a call center, full-time, 37 hours a week. I was also working as a support worker, helping disabled people, self-employed, doing that on the side. So that's what I was doing. I was also like personal training people. I wasn't even qualified, but I was doing that as well at that time. And I just really just saved up the £6,000 basically. But I had to sacrifice a lot, you know, to do that, to save that. So, you know, make those sacrifices to build up that initial pot of money. And, you know, you can do 5% deposits as well. That's still a thing. The interest rate, I believe, is higher, but you can still do 5% deposits. So there might have been a way of me to get that first house for, say, I don't know, £6,000, £7,000, £8,000 rather than £12,500 if I did a 5% deposit. Does that make sense? Is that kind of...
For somebody to get that capital, it's a lot of hard work. Doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of hard work, but as well, I had the £6,000, but then I borrowed the other £6,000. So that's one thing people can do is look at their network. You know, do they have any friends or family that could borrow them some money? When I say borrow, I mean you're going to pay them back over like a 1 or 2 year period. And you can even offer people an interest rate on top of their money. So say if someone borrows you, say, £10,000, you can pay them back plus interest over whatever you agree, whatever you negotiate. Because you're going to be getting monthly profit from that property. And then also, if you do it correctly, when you refinance the property, you'll be able to pull a chunk of money back out that you can then pay them back with.
Okay. Could I just ask you about the HMO? Is it a good investment at the moment? You know, because I'm not too sure if the council are still approving HMO. And again, with the HMOs, a lot of investments, say, exist in HMO.
Yeah.
They're getting a lot of sort of an investment would want to rent the old property. Is it a good profitable for somebody? Is it a good idea? So what eventually, like I say, if you've already got your HMO, somebody could come in and says, okay, your HMO is worth 5,000 per year. I will give you a guarantee sum for the year, and I might rent it for 3-4 years or that sort of thing. Is it?
Yeah, I'm with you. So the first part of the question is about making new HMOs. So it depends on the area. So if I just buy a property in, say, Radford, and I want to make it from a family home into a HMO, I have to apply for planning permission, but it's likely to be rejected. It's very likely to be rejected. The council will even tell you that themselves. But if I buy one in, say, Mansfield, where there's no Article 4, I can make a new HMO. I've got the legal rights to do so, because there's no Article 4. In terms of existing HMOs, if you're buying an existing HMO, you just need to make sure it's got the planning permission. So you can check online and see if it's got the certificate of lawfulness. It's called a COL. And you need that, because if you don't have it, it can land you in some legal problems. If planning come knocking and saying, look, where's your planning? You're illegally running a HMO. So make sure it's got the COL. The next part of your question was about, if I'm right in saying it's called rent to rent, where you'll rent a property from a landlord and then you will sublease it basically to different tenants, and you'll give the landlord a guaranteed rent. Is that what you mean? Yeah. So with that strategy, I think it's great. But what I'd say to people is do rent-to-rent social housing. So basically, I've got a business partner called Sean Davis, and we do the training and mentorship program together. Now, Sean, he's got 85 rent-to-rent social housing deals. So he's based in Birmingham, but he's smashing it using exactly that strategy. So it's a thing called rent-to-rent. You need less money to get started with that strategy. But I do think if you do a normal rent-to-rent on a HMO, I personally think it doesn't work that well unless you're doing it to social housing. That seems to be the sweet spot, social housing. So you'll rent a property from a landlord, and then you will lease that property directly to the council, or you will lease it to a social housing provider. That works very well. We've got people that are like making over 15 grand a month from doing just that strategy, like profit per month. And they've got like 25 of these rent-to-rent deals. So it does work. It's not something that I personally do just because I'm always focused on buying. And I just think it makes sense for me to carry on doing what I'm doing, basically. But if I was starting out from scratch, I'd definitely explore that option of doing a rent-to-rent social housing. So yeah, but on my YouTube channel, guys, we've got a lot of content on there about the different strategies, rent-to-rent social housing, buy-in, BRR, that kind of thing. Yeah. Cool.
Any other questions?
I'm good to keep going, Alicia. Don't worry. I'm good for time, don't worry.
Yeah, this is just the last one.
Yeah.
I think you've touched a lot on how, as a business and as a business owner, you operate to the best of your ability within the law. And, you know, if the law changes again, or when it does change, how will you then adapt again to not only keep doing what you're doing in the sense of you're still making money, but also, like you said, maybe doing it in the way that doesn't cross the boundary of your ethics?
Yeah, it's a great question. So for me, I've got the mentality of I will pivot when needed. So like there has been changes, there's been multiple changes that the government brings out throughout my 7-8 year journey that I've been doing property, but it's just about pivoting and basically keeping the goal. My goal is to build a big portfolio of buildings, houses, but the strategy might change. So it's about adapting and studying, always studying, because that's what will help you, to just constantly study. You want to be the best. If you're getting into property, you want to become the best at it. So that's my mindset. It's like, just try and stay on top of the game, basically, and just keep studying. Yeah. Cool. Alicia, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. It's been great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luigi. We know your time is valuable, so we appreciate you coming and sharing. A lot of people like to keep their success stories to themselves, so when people are so willing to share what their achievements are and what has worked for them, then it is great. So thank you for sharing your pearls of wisdom with us. Sorry that we have run over so much, but thank you all for staying with us right until the end. We really appreciate it. We're just going to end, but there are some feedback questionnaires on your table, so I'm just going to ask you all to kindly fill those in. It would be great to get your feedback and find out how you found the day, how you found the workshop, what you've learned. It would be great to also understand what future events you would like us to plan. We are planning on doing monthly workshops from next year based on different industries. Whilst you're filling your forms out, I'm just going to talk about some upcoming events that we've got. Does anybody need a pen? Anybody else need a pen? Okay, fab. So if you could kindly fill your questionnaires in, that would be great. So our upcoming events, so tomorrow we have Youth Sunday, so we are inviting you along to attend. That starts from 11:30 until 1:30. The young people will be taking the service, so if you'd like to come, please come and wear either lilac, purple, gold or white. Sunday school starts at 10:30 tomorrow if you're interested in, or you know any young people who would like to come to our Sunday school. Upcoming event is Friday the 25th of October. We are running a Black History Month event. We have CEOs and directors coming along. We have the former CEO of Nottingham City Council. If any of you are thinking about being on a board or joining a board, it's always great to get that information. We also have somebody coming from the non-executive director from the NHS Trust. So please do try and come along for that. It's quite difficult to get CEOs along to anything because they're always so busy. So when the opportunity presents itself, it's always great to try and attend. So we invite you to that. We've also got our men's conference starting on Saturday the 26th of October. To all of the men in the room, we are doing a documentary and a book. So if any of you want to do like a 30-second filming after we finish today, or 20-second, just about your views of being a man, or then talk to us afterwards. That would be great to have your input in that. And the theme of that for the Saturday is foundations, and there'll be a range of topics asking about why. The following 2 days, this Saturday evening and Sunday, is actually our men's convention. So please invite all of your male friends. What else do we have going on? Every Friday is our youth night, so we have started a after-school homework club. So for those either doing their GCSEs or if they need just a space to come and do their homework, we do that on a Friday, 5:30 to 6:30, and then afterwards we have food and then have our Life Without Limits youth nights. You would have seen a couple of people wear their t-shirts, Life Without Limits Youth Ministry, because we are called Life Without Limits because we are living life without limit. There is no limitations on what can be achieved. So yeah, those are the announcements. So yeah, thank you for coming again. I hope that you have made great connections today. I hope that you're adding each other on LinkedIn or TikTok or whatever, and you are keeping in contact. If any of you would like to be a mentor or would like to be mentored, please also see us. We are also looking for mentors. And you've heard from great speakers today about the impact of your relationships and who you are surrounding yourselves with. Also, if any of you would like to contribute financially to the events that we are putting on, also please do see us so that we can put on more of these events as well. That is everything. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, well, just to say thank you all for coming again. Thank you so much to our speakers, Nathan, Luigi, James. Thank you to Wendy and Daniel, who have gone back now. Thank you to those who helped out with all the food as well. They're not here, but we say thank you to them as well. And to all of you, who have come. We just want to say thank you for, taking your Saturday to come and increase in knowledge, really, about business. So, yeah, I just say continue to network with each other after we're finished. And I think food is still left outside. So I'm just going to end in prayer. So if you'd like to close your eyes, I'm just going to end in prayer. Lord, I just give you thanks for this day. Thank you so much that this event has been a success. I thank you for the speakers who have kindly shared their pearls of wisdom with us. I pray, Lord, that people have increased in an understanding about business, and those who want to start a business, I pray, Lord, that they are now motivated and inspired to take action, that they understand the process that they need to go through. I pray, Lord, for the speakers. I thank you for what they have shared with us, and I pray for those who have already left that they will get home safe. I pray, Lord, that you will just be with us as we even go out of this place and into the weekend, that your peace and your love will just be with us. And I just say thank you for what you have done and are doing. Amen. Thank you, everyone.